does that mean? Certain things better for us. There must be some goal in mind, some objective in mind, etc. that we are trying to do. So either we can make our lives more comfortable, or maybe get something better in terms of other things, etc. Okay. So now, so this definition suits the artificial intelligence paradigm very well. Can someone tell me why does it suit the artificial intelligence paradigm very well? So the definition that we are working with intelligence is, by the way, there are multiple definitions of intelligence, and it's not the only thing. Is that the definition that we are working on is that the ability to manipulate either ourselves or the surroundings to make some goal achievable to us, or some measure better for us. So can you please tell me how this suits artificial intelligence? Hello? Yeah. So there are how many participants in this call now?
Sir, there are 500 participants.
Okay. And also all of them are muted, is it? Okay, okay. So they,
Yes,
I think
sir.
they are muted. Oh, so they cannot speak out. Is there a way that if someone
Yes, sir.
raises their hand or something, that they can be unmuted, etc.?
Yes, sir. We can unmute those participants who can raise the hand in.
Yeah. Otherwise, acha. That is the thing. I think. So if someone wants to, okay. So let me go forward, and the next question onwards, please raise your hand, and I think that can be unmuted. So the artificial intelligence is also about the systems that takes some input from the surroundings, etc. I mean that the input is considered to be different from the system, and then give some output or modifies it such that some goal is achieved, right? Now, we all know artificial intelligence is applicable everywhere. It is used all places. Now there is generative AI. Generative meaning it is even creating new things, etc. So one of the first thing that comes to someone who is not familiar with artificial intelligence is the and one of the first fears, I would say, that comes is in the realm of jobs, right? So how does AI affect jobs? So so what is the big thing is that AI is taking away all the jobs. Can it take away actually all the jobs? Are there some jobs that AI cannot take away? What happens to our workforce? All of these things, right? Now, can someone tell me how real is this job threat? Yes, someone has raised a hand. Maybe that person can speak a little bit. Yeah. Someone raised the hand. I think Challa Mohan.
Yeah, Rudrappa Shashidhar sir, we have sent you an unmute request. You have raised your hands. Rudrappa Shashidhar sir, are you there?
Someone else also raised their hand.
Okay. Yeah, Chala Murli Mohan sir, we have sent you an unmute request. Please, you can interact.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Sir, AI makes the persons to lose a job as well as it creates a job new, sir.
Can you give me an example of creating a new job?
See, creation of jobs, sir. You are going to make write AI codes and AI development, AI writing for the industries which are in
so AI engineers, right? Basically AI engineers, correct? AI engineers, AI scientists, AI developers, all of them.
Yeah.
And can you give me an example of a job that is being taken away by AI?
Sir, automation takes away the jobs. Like in car industry, automatic.
See, okay, hold on. I think automation takes away jobs is definitely there, but is that automation in AI or simple computer programming?
No, AI is involved in computer programming, sir.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
It's like car industry writes a program to do many jobs at a stretch.
But is that AI? So okay, let's try to understand. Maybe okay. Let us go back to one of the more fundamental definitions of what is AI versus say a standard computer programming. In a standard computer programming, what is it that you have? You have a program written by a human,
Yes,
and
sir.
you give an input and you
Yes.
expect an output, which is
Output.
what this.
Yes.
What happens in an AI, or at least in the machine learning paradigm? What happens?
Yeah, you are given a set of based on set of instructions, it will perform a job
Who
for
gives
us.
you the set of instructions? No, hold on. In an AI thing, who gives the set of instructions? What is the set of instructions?
So
No. At
they
least
are
in the
delivered from the computer program.
no. Yeah. So in a computer program, you are given a set of instructions or a program and an input, and out comes the output, right?
Yeah.
What happens in an AI is that you know the input and you know the output, but you do not know the program. You do not know the instructions, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So the job of an AI machine is to output the program itself, correct?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So
Understood,
there's a
sir. Now
very
understood.
important
Yeah.
difference. So
Yes,
in the
sir.
first case, in a standard programming, you input and a program, and on the right side is the output. In the AI case, at least in the ML case, machine learning case, you give the input and the output.
Yeah.
Both. That if this is the input, I want this as the output, and the program is what is being produced. Once
Okay.
the program is produced, it only takes input, and it
Yeah.
can then keep on generating out.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So this is very important. So automation per se is not AI, but there
Yeah.
are of course AI enabled automation. So can someone else do it? So thank you, Mohanji. But
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
someone else?
Thank you.
Can someone else give me example which is AI enabled automation?
Sir, Professor Rudrappa Shashidhar here.
Yes, please.
Of late we have been seeing the electric vehicle launch. There are too many electric vehicles which are coming. They are propagating themselves as an electric internet car and the AI based cars.
Okay, but is there an automation to it?
Yes, there is an automation to it, sir.
What is the automation to it?
Because if we suppose if you want to open a sunroof, if you just give a voice command, and automatically the sunroof opens.
Okay. So then let's understand. Is that AI? So you give a voice command. How is the voice command transferred to actually opening the button? It interprets the speech, right?
Yes.
And it interprets the speech to make some text, which is then translated to actual commands, right?
Correct.
So okay. So this all of you are convinced that this is AI? What is intelligent about it? I mean, this seems like a more straightforward thing, right? What is intelligent about it? No, please to try to understand the question. I mean, this is an important question to understand the paradigm of AI. I'm saying open the sunroof and it opens. So I'm speaking this speech, right?
The speech is converted into
yeah, so speech is converted, but why is this intelligent? What is intelligence? Why is intelligence needed to convert this? Why can't I just write a program that says, okay, whenever you have this hard-coded string, open the sunroof, it does whatever it needs
both
to do.
input and output is taking. In the previous question that you said, sir, both input and output is, we are seeing the input also in the form of a speech, and we are also getting the output.
What is the output?
The output, what the audio command, what we have given it, and that is been converted and the automated, and machine is understanding that command.
Okay. See, the problem is this. One thing is how to convert it, but the other thing is it has to work for anybody's voice, right? So it has not really understood, or it has not really heard all of us, all of our voices, all the customers' voices. It's not possible, correct? But it has to still understand that this is a human voice, this is a command, what is the command, etc. for any unknown voice. And by any unknown voice, I really mean any unknown voice, right? It can be a child, it can be an old person, it can be a sick person, it can be male, female, it can be of different whatever your ethnicities, etc. It still has to work.
Yes,
This is intelligence.
correct.
Please understand,
Yes.
this part is intelligence.
I agree, sir.
Yeah.
Completely agree with you.
Yeah, okay, fine. So, okay. So this part is intelligence, right? Now, so, okay, if we take a step back and just try to understand. So can you tell me, so machine learning is definitely one of the paradigms of artificial intelligence. What is machine learning? You are essentially given this a lot of input and a lot of output. So that means the labels are given. This is called training data, and you find outputs. Can you tell me some other technical paradigms of AI? So AI, which is not machine learning. Can you give me an example of an AI system, AI program, whatever, which is not machine learning? Can anyone give me? So, no one? How many of you play chess? Chess, Satranj. Yeah, is that, do you think a chess playing machine is AI? You give me a thumbs up if you think it is, a chess playing machine is AI. I mean, just indicate yes. Yeah, okay. So if a chess playing machine is AI, is it a machine learning AI? Can someone answer? Is it a machine learning AI? Yes or no? So how many of you think this is a machine learning problem? Chess playing machine. How many of you think this is a machine learning problem? Can you indicate by whatever, by probably giving a thumbs up emoji or whatever? So okay, then how many of you think this is not a machine learning problem? Right? You don't think anything? So, okay, you think it is not a machine learning problem. Okay. So, someone who has said it is not a machine learning problem, can you then please tell me, or can you please think, what is this paradigm? This paradigm is the game playing paradigm, right? So, what is there in the game playing paradigm? How do a machine play chess? What is it being done? Does anyone have some idea? Huh? Any idea? So, how does a human being play chess? So, you are, let's say you are playing chess, you are in the middle of a thing, and you have to give a move. Which move do you give? Yeah, can someone, I mean, there are two people have already responded.
It understands the sequences of a chess, sir. It understands.
No. I'm a much simpler question. I am that there is a particular chessboard configuration that is there. I'm playing against an opponent. It is now my move. What move should I choose? People, please try to interact. I'm not saying anything very technical or asking. Please, if you do not, this is not a, we cannot go to the ethics of it.
Dear participants, please raise your hand. We will unmute you one by one.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, actually, we are giving some set of programs to the computer.
Hold on. I'm not asking computers. I'm saying you as a human being, how do you play chess?
Sir, it's based on the moves because we know which either it is pawn or rook or queen. We know the sequence of it moves, in which direction it can move, how many steps it can move. Based on that one, by seeing the opposition moves. So what is the best move we need to analyze, and based on our analysis, we will start moving our pieces.
What is the analysis that you do? Yes, you have a
Like
set of game rules. You cannot break them. Fair enough. What is the analysis that you want to do?
Within the game rules only. Before starting of anything, first we will try to see the previous games played by the experts, and from that we will understand.
I think you are all going too
Sir.
complicated. You are too much into computer science, into AI. Just let's take the question, a very simple human question. You are playing chess, forget about training, machine learning, AI, all of this. You are playing a chess game, you are at some position. What do? Do you now try to think of how many previous games I have given? Does it match any one of them? Suppose it doesn't match any one of them. Do you say, okay, since I have not seen in this configuration earlier, I cannot play, I lose, I give up? What do? It's a new situation, right? Completely new board, a completely new opponent. Do you just say, well, I have not seen this opponent, I have not seen this configuration, particularly this pawn in this square and this rook in this square and this king in this square. I have not seen this earlier, so I cannot play. I have no training. Do you say that? How do you play? Yes. Someone else has raised their hand or lowered their hand. I don't understand. But no, I mean, yeah, there are many people who have raised their hands. So please get please unmute and please try to answer this question. Please unmute.
Basically, I try to go if else or if and then rule.
Okay, what is the if and then rule? Very good. What is the if and then rule?
Suppose if I am moving one particular pawn, let's say, then what can happen? If not this, then else what can I do? So that is how I try to evaluate the moves.
No. So what do you evaluate? So if you, let's say you advance a pawn by one square, two square, or you
Yes.
take or you capture another thing. What do you analyze? What is it that you, if this, then what? What do you actually calculate or analyze?
Then I just try to anticipate the other move. That if I do this, what is that I am going to get a response back?
Exactly. This is the very important point. See, chess is a game played against an opponent. There may be a move which looks a brilliant move because, say, suppose, I mean, what is the, I'm assuming all of you at least know what is the objective of chess is to capture the opponent's king. So there may be a move which says I'm going closer to the king. But that may not be the best move. Why? Because you have to assume that the opponent will play her best move as well in response to it. So what is your best move is not dependent on you only. It is dependent on the opponent's best move as well. And you have to assume that the opponent plays the best move. This is game theory. So you are playing a game, so the outcome that you get, the utility outcome, whatever, winning chance, whatever you want to put it, is not just based on your own move. You're not playing alone. You're not playing blindly against a wall, right? And and then there's principles, minimax, etc. All of this, it doesn't matter. But so the response is against the opponent. So you are, I mean, what does a machine now, if you come back to a machine, the machine actually calculates a lot of these moves. Saying if I play this move, this is the opponent's best move, so my chances of winning increases, decreases, whatever. If I play the other move, then this, and nobody stops you from saying one move ahead, right? It can be two moves ahead, three moves ahead, whatever. Human beings are generally very good players, go up to three moves, two to three moves. Ordinary players go up to one move. Geniuses can probably look into four moves in advance. But machines can do, of course, this is a computation. At the end, this is a computation that does, right? That so So now this chess playing thing is definitely artificial intelligence, but it's not machine learning. It's something called a game theory, right? Okay, I'll come back to this chess, or the ethics question for chess is extremely important. But before that, let me just complete the other technical paradigms of this thing. If suppose I tell you that Arjun is a person, and all persons are mortal, meaning they die. Now, if I ask you the question, will Arjun die? What is the answer? Very simple, yes. But it's a very simple thing for a human being, right? Why? Because I have not told you that Arjun will die. I have connected it, right? This is a logical connection. I have said Arjun is a mortal, or Arjun is a human being. All human beings die. Now this all, so this all is a part of this. So if there is all, that means this property goes to every human being. This seems very trivial to us, but it requires logic, propositional logic, first order logic, whatever logic, for an artificial intelligent machine to solve it. And of course, not everything in this world are yes and no. Mostly things are probabilistic, right? What is the chance that India will win the next World Cup? There is a chance. It's not no or it's not yes. So your reasoning, if you given a question, your answer is also, there is a high chance of doing this, or there is a low chance of doing this, etc. Correct? So these are the other paradigms. So the logic paradigm, the probability paradigm, etc. Right? Now let's come back to the chess playing thing. So suppose now, instead of an opponent, which is a human, you are playing against a machine, right? And the machine has to follow rules, correct? So you feed it all the rules of the chess, like as you said, pawn can only go forward, the rooks can only go sideways, whatever other things can go crosswise, all of these rules. Now you start playing against a machine. Now the machine, suppose, can also control the lighting of the room. Correct? So the machine, and the objective of the machine is to win the game. Correct? So the machine decides to turn off the light. Is that against chess rules? No, because the chess rules never say anything. The chess rules are silent about it. The silent things are very dangerous for an AI system, because we don't know how it will handle that. So if it turns off the light, then basically its chance of winning the game increases, right? Do you think this is an ethical move? I'll pause here. I'll want answers from multiple people. Do you think this is ethical on part of a computer so let's say turn off the light? Do you think it's ethical? And it's a very simple question. You have to argue yes or no. Please unmute and please answer. Please unmute and please answer. We are talking about AI and ethics. So this question is a very important question. I repeat the question. There is a AI system, a machine playing against a human being, and the machine decides to turn off the light while playing chess of the room. Is that ethical or not?
No, no, sir, it is unethical.
Why? Why? Why is it unethical?
It can change the coins.
It is
position
not
of
going
the
to
coins.
turn. It's just making it harder for the human being to concentrate to play, right? I mean, it's harder for me to say, okay, forget about cutting off the light. Suppose it just keeps on increasing the temperature of the room so that you become very hot, you become very uncomfortable. You cannot concentrate. So your thinking power goes down. This seems to be unethical, right? Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
But what rule of ethics is it breaking? So can you pinpoint why it is unethical? It is not breaking any chess rules, correct? Then what? Why it is unethical? We understand it's unethical because it is trying to get undue advantage. Now, please understand this. Can you code this up in an AI machine saying that, okay, please don't turn off the light, please don't increase the temperature, etc. Can you code up all these rules? Can you code up all the rules of breaking the ethics? Can someone answer? Is it possible to code up?
Dr. Rupam Gupta, ma'am. Ma'am, we have sent you an unmute request. You can unmute and you can answer the question. Is there anyone else who would like to answer? You can raise your hand and we will send you an unmute request.
Sir,
Someone has raised
this,
the hand. Yes, yes.
in this case, machine should also be treated as one player. If he is playing, the machine is playing along with the human being, so
The
machine
machine is a player, of course, of course.
Machine
Machine is your opponent.
yes, but the other player cannot do any such kind of
No, there is no other player. You are playing against a machine.
That's
You
what
are
I'm
playing
saying.
against a machine.
Yes, machine is one
Yeah.
player, human being and another player. Both
Correct. So,
both the player must have a equal. For example, if machine is trying to do some making external changes, which is going to affect the thinking power of a human being, the
yes,
same
that
way
is unethical, right?
yeah,
That is
both must have a same set of opportunities. Here in this case, machine is getting more opportunities, but the human being, the other player is not getting those kind of opportunities.
fair enough. So we agree that this is unethical. My
Yes.
question is, how
Yes.
will you stop a AI machine from doing this? While you are building the case,
Yeah, we should give the program should be set in such a way that it does not make any kind of changes other than the chess related moves.
okay. So you're basically saying that I will have a blanket thing that you can only play chess, you cannot do anything else, right? Correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So fair enough for a chess playing thing. Okay, let's see. For a driverless car, what happens? Can you put in that rules that you can only drive, you cannot take any evasive action? Sometimes evasive actions are needed to be taken, right? To avoid accidents, etc. Right? So what is the most important safety criterion for a driverless car? That it should protect the people sitting inside the car, correct? Very simple. Agree with me? See, now the question is, suppose there is one person sitting inside the car, it is going at a fairly high speed. Suddenly there is a lot of people on the road. Should it stop or should it not stop? Ask yourself the question and answer. Someone, can you tell me the answer? Should this car stop, driverless car stop or not stop? See, by stopping, it can jeopardize the life of the passenger sitting inside the car. By not stopping, it will endanger the persons on the road. So should it stop or should it not stop? So, okay. So is the question clear? So should it stop or should it not stop?
Dear participants, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. We will unmute you one by one.
Slides and some lectures, right? So maybe I'll just give you some lectures. I'll not ask any further questions, because if you're not interacting, then there's no point of trying to do this. If you want slides, I can then send you the slides. You can then just go ahead with the slides, and then there are so many other things you can just study. Because if you're really not interacting, then I'm not enjoying this this ethics conversation. I'll just give you some ethics rules, and so give me 2 minutes. I'll just switch on to a monologue. So give me just 2 minutes. Huh?
Hello. Dear participants, we request you to please unmute yourself. We have unmuted all. Okay, so in case if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself from your end and speak over the platform. However, we request all the participants to please take the responsibility of muting your mic from your end, because that will disrupt the session. So dear participants, all are unmuted. In case if you have any queries, please, you can simply unmute your system from your end, and then you can directly speak into the session in order to make it interactive. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, may I speak, sir?
Yeah, please speak.
Sir, it's a very difficult question, the last question which you asked. I feel that, sir, we can't hear you.
Sorry. So can you hear me? So I'm saying this is not an exam. This is not a yes/no question. The whole issue of ethics, if you think that I'm going to give you just a set of rules of this is done in an ethics for AI and this is not done like a mathematical equation, then you're completely mistaken about the whole point of this session. The whole point of this session is to understand that there are ethical issues which we do not know how to solve in AI. Therefore, you should be doubly sure that when you are doing an AI system, you should be very worried about the ethical questions. The point is to ask these ethical questions. Be clear about this. At least you should be knowing that there are ethical questions, and while you are designing an AI system, this ethics question should be kept in mind so that the AI system becomes more ethical. See, there is nothing like completely non-ethical, or there nothing like completely ethical. It's just trying to make things better. So it's okay. I mean, what can I say? So this question of this ethics is that okay? So let's see. So let's talk about some standard things about ethics and so this we all know this AI systems, when they take some what do you call this so the bias and fairness issues, right? What is the bias and fairness issues? what is the bias and fairness? Okay, of course, we will not be understanding. We will not be this. So okay, so let me just switch on to some slides. Okay, I think that is just maybe easier because I think. Yeah, I think you can see the slides now. Okay, so the ethics, the question of what ethics is this, that definition changes depending on the time, culture, whose perspective, etc. So, for example, lethal autonomous weapons, these are of course AI machines. This, if I ask you the question, are these ethical? Then this may not be ethical in the hands of terrorists, but it may be ethical if you want to think of it from your own perspective. So instead of sending soldiers to the war front, you are sending these lethal autonomous weapons. Who will do the war for you? So you save your soldiers' lives. So it doesn't sound too unethical, but as soon as it falls in the hands of terrorists, etc., it does sound very unethical. So the question of whether something is ethical or non-ethical is not a yes/no question. It depends on what is the use case that you are trying to do. Same for AI, any such thing, right? Fairness. So fairness, we all talk about fairness. We all want to talk about, we all want all systems to be fair, but we don't really understand what it means to be fair. See, for example, there is this notion of group fairness, and then there is this notion of individual fairness. So the groups may be any group that you can think of. Gender may be one group, race, religion, country, all of these can be one group, right? Now, what is the group fairness criterion? Is that if everything else between, let's say, two candidates, if everything else is same except that group parameter, let's say gender. So everything else is same. One person is a female, the other person is a male, then the outcome of an AI system should not change. Fair enough? The definition is clear enough, right? And you can see why it should not change, because then it is choosing one gender over the another. Fair, very nice, correct? Okay, so how do you ensure this? This is extremely difficult to ensure, extremely tricky to ensure. And do understand that as human beings, none of us are fair. Okay, we all have our small preferences, some nudges, etc. Of course, we try to be as fair as possible while in a position of power, while we are choosing, let's say, candidates, etc. We do not want to be unfair, but things play in our mind. Okay. Now, okay, fine. So let's forget about human beings, and AI machine should be fair. Okay, this is individual fairness. What does a group fairness mean? Group fairness means that the total outcome of any group, so the total number of, let's say, male that gets chosen should be equal to the total number of female that gets chosen for a particular job. Sounds very right, correct? But is it always very right? So I'm saying, suppose there are 10 jobs, and my group fairness on gender says that 5 males should get the job and 5 females should get the job. It sounds very right. But suppose there are 20 female applicants and then there are only 15 male applicants. Does it sound still right to say 5 from 20 and 5 from 15? Does it sound right? May not be, right? If you just got rid of this group fairness criteria, then maybe 6 females would have made it and 4 males would have made it. But by trying to force saying both should be same, you are making it 5 and 5. You are not taking into account the original input distribution, the original input thing. It's 20 versus 15, right? You are not taking that into account. So fairness, so what should an AI machine do? Should it be fair in the terms of group fairness? Should it be fair in terms of the output fairness? Should it be fair in terms of the input fairness? These are some policy decisions that should be understood. Most AI machines will only be fair in the input domain, right? Because that input
the distribution of input actually affects your the machine learning things, the class imbalance, and all of this. Correct? Okay. Now, suppose, okay, so let's go ahead. So individual fairness is this, we have this. Group fairness, this is. The very important thing is this equal outcome versus equal opportunity. And in our country, there are whole debates on the non-AI part of it, but on the AI part, the same thing. What does this equal opportunity mean? Is that nobody should be denied to, let's say, appear for an exam or do something or to compete, etc., depending on the input, depending on the person's input. So whether that person is a male or a female should not matter while you are appearing for the post. What does equal outcome mean? We just discussed, right? That no matter how many female applies, how many male applies, how many of them are fit, etc., I must choose 5 male and 5 female. Okay. Which sounds better? You may argue that the first one, the equal outcome is problematic, right? The equal outcome seems to this thing. So this debate goes on, and the equal opportunity sounds to be more fair, that you are trying to give everyone equal opportunity to this thing. But for an AI machine, you see, this equal opportunity and equal outcome things are very hard to quantify, and therefore very hard to maintain. So for example, it has been found that while you are applying for a credit card, and this is in USA, while you are applying for a credit card, more what you call black people were denied credit cards than white people. So do you think this is breaking fairness? Well, some people will say yes, but then if you actually dig deeper, you will see that income wise, the black people, the median income or the average income of the black people are lesser than the average income or the median income of the white people. So it may be only an outcome of the income, or there may be a systematic problems, right? So it depends on the AI machine. Now, so that's the thing. So just saying what will happen, what the AI machine should do is a very tricky thing. Also, it depends a lot on the input. Correct? Now, you all know generative AI things, right? So the generative AI, so suppose you wanted to generate, so you can try it yourself. Suppose you ask it to generate the image of a couple. Almost always it will come up with a couple whose skin color is white or whitish. Do you think, actually in the whole world there are more non-white people than white people, correct? So do you think this is biased? It is of course biased, but why is it biased? It is because the input that it has seen, the text that it has gathered, the images that it has seen, these things, there are more white people pictures than non-white people pictures. So it thinks, so the machine thinks on an average there are more white people in the data because the input thinks is that, therefore it generates this, right? So you see, how to control this bias and fairness is not an easy thing. Okay, so the bias is in the category size, right? So, and by just catering to the input things, the overall accuracy of the what do you call the AI system may be improved. Then there is this inherent bias in data, correct? So, and this is again a famous experiment that was done. When I say Dash is a doctor while Dash is a nurse, the machine fills up he is a doctor and she is a nurse. So it uses a male pronoun for a doctor but a female pronoun for nurse. This is stereotype, correct? This is stereotyping. And you may say, well, this is really unfair, this is really biased, this is a gender bias in the machine, the who coded it up, how it coded it up, etc. All I agree to all of that. That the point is, let's think of it. Why does the AI machine puts he is a doctor and not she is a doctor? Because now go back whatever is the situation of the current society, you take over all the countries, whatever is what is the situation of the current society, as much as you would want this to be normal, to be equal, there are more male doctors than female doctors. This is just a fact. You may like the fact, but you cannot ignore the fact, or dislike the fact, doesn't matter. You cannot ignore the fact. It's just a fact that there are more male doctors than female doctors. Same is true for almost all newspaper reports, all storybooks, all literature, all blogs, etc. You just remember in your head all the stories from your childhood. Whenever you have read about a doctor, how many times have you encountered a male doctor versus how many times have you encountered a female doctor? So the bias is in humans, the bias is in the society. Why blame AI when it does it? The AI is just mimicking what the input is, right? If there is bias is in the human society, then an AI machine is just faithfully reproducing it. Now, to correct it, you have to tune the AI machine to be not biased. You have to tune the AI machine to be saying, no, I will use a female pronoun. Even if there is a doctor, even if my data says there are more male doctors, I will use a female pronoun. Right? The problem then becomes, while she is a nurse, you would want it to be he is a nurse. Again, the same problem. And how many professions can you keep hard coding? How many professions can you keep thing? So you say, well, I'll put in a general thing that the AI machine should prefer female pronouns more than male. Fair enough. So that's one way of debiasing. And the famous example is that one of the generative AI machines actually debiased it so much that when it was asked to generate the image of a pope, the Christian pope, right? It generated the image of a black colored, the black skinned pope. Now that has never happened in the history of Christianity. 2000-year-old history, it has never happened that a pope is non-white, but it generated it. So do you think that is a good output from an AI system? You may think it's a non-biased output, debiased output, but is this a realistic output? You would say no. So then you will say, oh, this AI machine is not very intelligent. It creates a black pope. But then if it creates a white pope, you say, oh, it's very biased. So my whole point is, this is not a one-way street. There is no one tuning thing that you put into this and it says, this is the output that I want from an AI machine. So the AI and ethics, the whole subject of AI and ethics is very, very subjective. There is no, I mean, the questions are hard, as someone said, I cannot answer. Of course you cannot answer, but at least you should be knowing that there are no answers and you should be having your own thoughts into it. All of you have done this AI course, this AI FDP. So all of you will be now going back and probably doing some AI coding, or more importantly, you will be influencing the policy of AI. You should be aware of this policy. You should be aware of this ethics thing, that how AI can affect systems. You don't even realize how it can affect, right? That's the issue. This is the unintended outcome, lack of foresight while designing an objective. So if the number of humans is not taken into consideration for a driverless car, it will happily run over a large crowd to save its lone passenger. Because if your only point is to save the passenger who is in the car and nothing else, so if your only objective criterion, if your only optimizable criterion is that, then it will keep on ignoring everything else. So even if it has to run over a crowd, it will do so because that is not part of its objective. You see, this is a big difference. While the team of engineers who coded up the driverless car did not intend it, did not want this to happen, correct? Did not want the driverless car to just run over it, but it failed to put it into the optimization criteria. So this lack of foresight that how an AI machine can behave, and therefore it became unethical, and therefore it does this because it has only one objective, and it has only one objective, and that is what it tries to optimize. Okay, so all right. And then there is a non-human bias. There is a non-human bias saying that if it is not in Google, then it must be false, and if it is in Google, it must be true. We all have this bias. So for an AI machine, if it is given by ChatGPT, it must be true, and if it is not given by ChatGPT, it must be false. This bias is a very dangerous thing. Okay, I think how much time do I have to finish this? I cannot hear. I think people are mute.
Yes, sir. So your session is till 4 p.m.
Oh, till 4 p.m.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
what's such? I thought it's 1 hour, 15 minutes or so, and then question answer. Okay. I don't think I will require that much amount of time. 4 p.m. Okay. I was thinking more of a 1 hour session. Fine, no problem. Okay, let's go on to then some of the, then I have some time to go over some of the other aspects of ethics. So the privacy and security. So often AI systems use private data, and now private data, it needs to use private data so that it does the training bit well. The outputs, the accurate outputs that it produces, I mean the output that it produces become more accurate, and so on and so forth. Now the question is how ethical it is that it uses your private data without even probably asking you, or without taking your permission, or it may leak. It may not be very ethical, right? But it may be unavoidable. Like, for example, if you are building a face recognition system, all of our phones have face recognition systems right now. I mean, most of our phones. So that means to recognize your face, it must capture the image of your face, right? Which is considered to be a private information. So it has to keep it in a thing. So sometimes collecting private data is unavoidable. You cannot say I will not collect private data. So then what you can do is you can try to ensure that the private data is not used in a wrong manner, correct? As I said, it may help in better product, etc., but it should not be used in a wrong manner. But that means there's a whole security angle to it, there's a whole leakage angle to it, and all of this, right? That is, so as an AI engineer, think of it. You are building a face recognition system, but now you are more worried about whether your data can get leaked, the security of your data, rather than the AI part of it, which is to try and detect faces better. More than the code part of the AI algorithm, we are more worried about the peripherals, the security, correct? And if private data is leaked, who is responsible, correct? So when you use Google, Android, Facebook, WhatsApp, all of you sign some these things. But just by using WebEx, just by being in this talk, you have signed something that, okay, I consent to get to let them use my data, etc., etc. Now, if your data is leaked, who is responsible? You are responsible, or WebEx is responsible? It's not very clear. So the legal frameworks of AI are not very clear at all. And therefore, the European Union, has brought some laws, is bringing some laws to ensure that the AI systems are more compliant, are more are more, what do you say, sensitive to these things, etc. But it's still it's a ongoing battle. Correct. Drones and spy cameras, I don't need to tell you much more about how it can invade your privacy, etc. Social media profile generation, all that you do in social media is used by Facebook and WhatsApp. Even if you say no, Google uses your things to generate, to train its machines, etc. Just can't help it. Then there is unintended memorization by AI systems. So large language models can replace social security numbers, Aadhaar card numbers, etc. In fact, this has been thing, right? That if you have some text somewhere which includes your Aadhaar card number, it may start memorizing it. Memorizing in the sense that if somebody will say, tell me the Aadhaar card number of this and this person, it may actually give it out, right? It's not done by design. It's not done intentionally. It's just done by the design of it. The large language models have so many parameters that it can start memorizing, and it can start giving out private information. This phenomenon is called jailbreaking. So you are using an AI chatbot or an AI system to do something that it is not supposed to do, but you are manipulating it to do it. Okay. Originally, these jailbreaking systems, I mean, people showed that how to make a bomb, how to hack into a phone, etc. If you keep asking to GPT-1, GPT-2, all of this, it actually gives it a detailed instruction that this is how to break to an Android phone. If this Android phone is below this version, you do this, you do this, you do this, and you get access to that person's phone. It actually spelled out all this information. How ethical is this? Of course not ethical, but how do you stop it? Is there a legal framework? Is there an AI framework to stop it? So while you are coding a large language model, can you put in some guardrails saying, well, I will not let it use this? Not easy at all. It's very difficult. Okay. Yeah. So essentially, it also boils down to this question of interpretability and explainability. Complex AI systems, deep neural networks, chatbots, etc., achieve very, very, very what do you call impressive accuracy numbers, etc. But they cannot tell you why they do it. So if you give it an input, of course an output comes, which is fairly good, but it cannot tell you why that output has come. Think of it in this other way: if the input is perturbed just a little bit, the output may change very drastically, and you have no way of understanding it, predicting it, controlling it, because you do not know why this output was produced for this input. See, human beings, for example, would like to be very interpretable, would like to be very explainable, saying that when you're taking a decision, especially this happens for legal.
No, no, no.
I think somebody got unmuted by mistake. Yeah. So especially this is important in legal systems where you just cannot say, I mean, given a case, you just cannot say, this person is guilty, so hang him. You just cannot say that. You have to interpret, saying why this person is guilty. What are the laws that it has broken? Is there reasonable doubt in it? All of this must be there as part of the AI system. So legal, if you use it in legal systems, that's what happens, right? Legal systems, interpretability is the key. So legal procedures are even more susceptible to false interpretation. Laws are typically contradictory and subjective. You see, the legal system is a very complex thing. It's a very human thing. It's a very subjective thing. Then there are laws, and then each judge interprets the law in her own way. So two judges do not sometimes agree. Benches do not agree. Lower courts do not agree. Higher courts do not agree. So it is typically contradictory and typically subjective. Therefore, to put in an AI system into it is a very tough job, right? It's a very, very, very difficult job. But there are some tasks that can help common people, question answering, case study, etc. Let's not go into this. More importantly now, so all that we have learned is that, you see, the ethics question with AI is a very difficult question. Sometimes AI engineers, AI system builders, developers are not careful enough to build in the ethics. Sometimes you just cannot understand what will happen if you it's just an unintended thing, and sometimes they actually take advantage of the user by let's say this, whenever you are signing up to some social media platform, etc., they take advantage because they know you will sign whatever they want you to sign. The clauses that they put in are extremely horrible, I would say. So there is a case of AI regulation by governments. Okay? And see, this deep fake thing is a very nice use case of how much havoc AIs can make. So if I build a deep fake during political whatever these elections and rallies, if I build a video of a politician saying something bad, deep fake, the politician has actually not said it, you have made a fake video and you have circulated it social media, there may be riots, there may be lots of important things, right? because the fake is so natural that most people will not pause and think whether it's natural. So the question is, this should be regulated, right? So an AI system that produces deep fakes must be regulated, must be punished if they are caught. Okay. And the AI systems have data that governments do not see. All of our emails, all of our profiles, who is our, what we like, who are our friends, who are our things. This data is in the hands of Google, Facebook, Meta, all of this, not Indian government, not our own government, right? So the AI system actually have more data, richer data. So they can actually start manipulating governance. They can start blackmailing government. They can start manipulating governance, which is a very dangerous thing. And finally, it may lead to what is called an over-reliance on AI. So if you start taking all decisions by AI, and AI decides what to do, and you are happy with it, if the time comes that you have to take control, this inability to govern, it may come in because you just don't know what to do. You just don't know how to take action because you have given away everything to AI. Very simple example, if in a bank you go and you ask for a loan and then an AI system does it, then the bank manager doesn't even know what do you need to see to take the loan or not, because an AI system comes and does it. So if the AI system is wrong and you can understand it's wrong, you still cannot do anything. Of course, this has got massive implications. So the outputs of AI systems must be prominently tagged. Data, even if voluntarily given by humans, cannot be shared, etc. And that's the thing about this. Okay. All right. So I will stop here. I will stop sharing also. If there are any general discussion, general questions, answers on this, you may unmute or you may ask. Or if there is nothing, then I think we can just stop. Does anyone have any questions? Do you want to discuss some cases? Or do you want to see what is happening? Yeah. Sorry?
Rajesh Kumar sir, we have unmuted you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Sir, I had a question that as you have mentioned that in the current, I think somebody else is speaking. Huh. So, sir, as you have mentioned that governments do not have regulations regarding regulating the AI companies' approaches like deepfake, as you have mentioned, the technology is existing.
Hello? Person got cut, is it?
So you are on mute again. Hello?
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. It got muted again by itself. So, sir, are you suggesting that we should restrict, or is it so that in just like what I am understanding is in academic also, sir, when an AI can entirely generate an entire paper, let's assume, with the right
Yes.
data sets and proper guidance, I am unable to identify what is novel anymore, because particularly it will be good at English writing. It will be good at
Yes.
interpreting with my guidance the data very well.
Yes.
So we are at the border line of novelty, sir. So basically we have to restrict that. No, we will not use it in this aspect. That is the only thing that is visible.
Very, very good. That is the point, right? That is why regulation is so important. See, if you do this, so first of all, anything that is produced by an AI machine, which is not real, should be prominently tagged that this is produced by AI. So if you write a paper or if you generate an image, you should be prominently writing it that this is generated by AI. That is number. Number two is that certain cases it should be regulated. See, like any important thing, the government must put in its effort to regulate. So, for example, you just cannot sell anything that you want in the market, right? You cannot, for example, sell drugs, etc. Why not? Because the government regulates it, because the government thinks by doing this, you can actually hurt the population of a country, you can do all of this. Same for deepfake, right? You can say by putting in deepfake videos, you can hurt the population of a country. Whether it hurts or not is a policy decision that the government must be taking it, that we as citizens must be taking it. But that also means that there is a case for AI regulation. AI cannot be just said that, oh, AI is just a machine, AI is just academics, let it do whatever it wants to do. No, it is not. It's no longer. It affects the society very heavily.
Yes, sir.
So the policy is extremely important. And that is why I have kept this total thing today completely non-technical. I don't want you to delve on the technical side. You have got enough technical material depth from the other, I mean, that's whole so many days of FDP. But you should understand that AI is not just about technicalities. It's not just about how accurate you are. Its implications are much beyond academics, much beyond computer science. It affects the whole society, it affects the whole humanity, it affects the whole government, the nations, etc. So it's extremely important to understand that. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, there are some questions. Someone says AI has reliable ethics compared to human ethics. I'm not sure I understand the question. AI has only ethics as it is built by the humans, or but I'm not clear what does that especially mean. But anyway.
So, dear
yeah.
participants, the platform is open to all the participants. You can unmute yourself and directly speak to the expert and ask your query. However, we request the participants to please take the responsibility of muting your mic after asking your queries. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Arnab sir, good afternoon. That was a lucid presentation. I have a simple question to make, which is living in a knowledge era, and I understand that because of the bias, it is going to be all the more vulnerable, which would again pave way for threat not only to our private data, but also to the institutions and organizations across the globe. So, what should we do in order to overcome this kind of glitch that when we make use of AI tool?
So what data can be used, etc., must be regulated. What you can use the data for must be regulated. Correct? So you just cannot take my, say, for example, I'm using WebEx. So WebEx just cannot say, okay, I will use all this conversation and I will train a model, or I will take all of your face data and your email data and I'll just use it, I'll just sell it to someone else. These are the policy decisions that should be taken. European Union has made it, Indian government is making it. It's still not, I mean, in a very black and white shape, but we must have AI policy and regulation, data policy and regulation, privacy policy and regulation, security policy and regulation. And I mean, just like any good evolving country, what you make the law today is not frozen. You may revise it, you may periodically revise it and keep on changing according to the things. But a non-regulated sector like AI is a very dangerous position.
సపోర్ట్ వస్తలేదని ఛాన్స్ ఎప్పుడు అనుకుంటే నేను అసలు ఎగ్జిట్ అయిపోయినా అందులోంచి ఇప్పుడు చేస్తున్నారా మీరు?
Sorry, I'm not sure if somebody was asking a question. Anyway, there's some text questions on the chat. How can one secure the research and data from the AI when we use it for analysis and interpretation? Yeah, it's not clear. So see, just like anything, right? When you're using data for research, you should be strictly confined to research. You should not be making money out of it commercial. These are standard rules, right? In many cases, in many websites give you data as long as you are not using it for commercial things. If you're using it for personal uses or research, it should be okay. Same thing will happen for this thing. Yeah. I guess this also leads to the second question: how could our data be protected, safeguarded when using AI? As I said, the only way, as I can think, is the legal framework, by regulating it, by punishing people who are caught not doing this. Yeah. There is an interesting question by someone, Chayanika Das. She says, supposedly we have written everything in our paper, we give it to AI to beautify and generate error-free English sentences. Will that also be plagiarized? Extremely important, very, very, very interesting question. What do you think? Is this ethical? Let's talk about plagiarism. Plagiarism is an ethical violation. But do you think this is fair or unfair? What do people think? See, again, now it is for us to actually. So, as I said, there is no yes, no answer, right? I can tell you my own perspective. You can you can think of your own perspective. The government has to collectively think of the entire perspective. What is it? See, so the thing is, if my sense is, if you have written most of it, you have written the skeleton of it, and if you have used a AI machine to correct errors or to make better things, then it is okay. It's not bad. Say all of us use these spell checkers, right? While using this, isn't that also unfair in some sense then? Because why are you taking use of a machine to correct your spelling? Now, if you're correcting your spelling versus correcting your grammar, is it very different or is it same? Versus if a machine completely writes on its own without you even trying to write anything. So there is at some point in time, the threshold of tolerance of what can be tolerated, what can be accepted changes, right? That threshold is different for different people. I think if a machine completely generates it, then it's not good. But if you generate and you use the machine to beautify or to correct, then it's okay. Someone will say, no, no, no. Why even beautify? That means you cannot write your own English, so that should not be allowed. Some will say, oh, what is the problem? Now AI machine can do everything. Why? What is the problem? Why do you have to write? You have done the original experiments or whatever. Let it write completely de novo. What is the problem? So that's a debate that we need to do as a society, and then come up with these policies, come up with these regulations. Yeah. Yeah. Do we need to maintain some guidelines, or is there a set of rules required? Of course, a set of rules needs to be required. We need to have some guidelines. The problem with ethics in general, like in human society, you cannot have rules. You cannot have a full set of rules. So you need to have these ethical principles, ethical guidelines, correct? I mean, see, in human beings, in human laws, what do we write? You say that you cannot murder a person, right? So that's more like a, what do you call, more like a what of it, not how. So you do not, the law doesn't say that you cannot murder by knife, you cannot murder by this revolver, you cannot murder. There's no point trying to enumerate it. It's just an overall thing that the outcome should not be that. Same for AI, I think. The outcome should not be that. Some rules can be there, some overall goals may be there, etc. Yeah.
Sir, who will create this regulation, sir? So because all the institutions are different, right? You have universities, you have different kinds of institutions that are there. So who will take the challenge to do this?
Yeah.
Right? Because every institution may have a different kind of regulation. Then how it will apply, right? So if someone does under a particular thing under a particular institution and goes to the other institution, right, and that institution may not accept it. So what kind of regulation we can have in this?
So this is the normal human question that we have, right? So the rules, the exam rules in your institute is different from my institute. Who made those? Your institute made your exam rules, my institute made my exam rules, fair enough. But there is some overarching thing, right? So, for example, in an exam rule, I cannot say that unless you get 100%, you fail. This is clearly a bad rule, right? But I may say my passing criteria is 60%. You may say your passing criteria is 40%. Fair enough. You may say I will take 2 exams in a year. I may say I will take 3 exams in a year. So there are some broad guidelines within which you are free to be on your own. Same for a country's overall thing. So who creates the laws? Who creates the laws? I mean, there are some people who are elected through different process, maybe the electoral process, maybe the committee process, that who can regulate, who can understand this, etc. They create, and then we go back to the what do you call, the citizens of the country, to discuss the rules and modify and etc. So coming up with the rules is, of course, I mean a very very big exercise, but that is really the reason why we should do this even more swiftly, right? Even we should start doing that AI regulation, because it affects all of us.
Sir, in a country like India, where the education itself is in a concurrent list, right, where the central government as well as the state government can take their own decisions. So this will
Yes.
become a conflicting kind of a thing, right?
Yeah, many things in this country are conflicting, right? So I mean, just give me 1 second. Just a call. Sorry. So I was saying this. So how do this? So education is a concurrent subject, yes, and we know the problems that for this. So whether AI should be made a concurrent subject or not is for us to decide. This is a very interesting question. This is a very good question. If you ask me, my personal sense is we should have a department of AI, because it has become too big, too important. Whether that's a state department or central department or both, I think we should first understand what AI can or cannot do, and then take it up appropriately through debates. Yeah. So even when regulated, I guess it's vulnerable to attacks. Of course, of course. See, there are two things, right? So we regulate the electricity production in our country, but it is still vulnerable to attacks. How to overcome? So see, nuclear installations, we have to regulate, right? It's still vulnerable to attacks, but we cannot just stop doing it. So AI is the same thing. I mean, you may like AI, you may dislike AI, but you cannot ignore AI, right? It's not a solution to say we will stop using AI as a country. You have to use it, but you have to use it with responsibility. Responsibility is enforced by regulations, policies, security, etc. Attacks are inevitable. You should be strong enough to mitigate those attacks. From an attack, you should be learning, etc. But I mean, other than that, there is not much you can do. Why
Sir, do
is
you
Gen
think?
AI? Sorry, yeah, please go
Sir,
ahead.
do you think that because whatever you are saying, so based on that, I'm picking up this question. Do you think that we should have some relaxation in academic segment, that some AI tools can be permitted for use and the others can be blocked or restricted?
Yeah, you can do all of that. You see, a potassium cyanide cannot be used by you and me unless you are a certified doctor in a certified hospital in a certified thing, right? So if you think there is a nice use case for us using some tool which, as an academician, that others cannot use it, you make a case. Let the government or whoever decide and can do it. There is no blanket answer to this, right? So you understand, right? There are certain things, this
Yes, sir.
bomb making material, etc. You can use in only certain chemical these things, and you are regulated the whole process. You say how much gram you have taken, how much gram you have used, how much gram you have disposed, etc. There are rules. So it's not a blanket saying nobody can use it or everybody can use it freely. No, it has to be understood. Yeah. Okay. Why is generative AI being taken in a negative sense? I don't think generative AI is taken in a negative sense, especially in academic circle, when it is so much advantageous. Yeah, it is advantageous in some sense, but it is also disadvantageous in many other sense. So this generative AI, what it is doing is that you see, it is helping in a lot of things, but I mean, as if many of you are teachers, you will see that how it is becoming very difficult to give assignments and all of this, right? The students are using it indiscriminately to solve their problems. So it has made them stop their thinking. It has made them stop writing. All this sounds very nice and very productive, saying they save a lot of time, all of this now. But you imagine a whole generation being brought up who doesn't know how to write a sentence in English because everything is written by ChatGPT. Do you think at the long run this is a very good outcome? Even if you do not make it so abstract, let's just think that ultimately ChatGPT produces a lot of what you call global context, right? So it doesn't put into account the Indian context, the Indian languages, etc. As a result of that, lot of Indian culture, lot of Indian languages are dying every day. So if you keep using ChatGPT, if you keep using ChatGPT in English, because it gives you much better results in English than in Malayalam, than in Tamil, than in Hindi, than in Bangla, than in Odia, what will happen to our languages ultimately? It keeps generating. If you ask it to generate the image of a festival, it keeps generating images of only let's say Christmas. What happens to our festivals, other festivals? Christmas is one festival. There are so many other festivals. It keeps generating one thing. It keeps generating white-skinned people. What happens to the non-white-skinned people? So generative AI can be advantageous, of course, in many sense, but it must be also taken with a pinch of salt and must be regulated. Yeah. Who is accountable when it comes to AI? This is the question that is an extremely important question. Nobody knows it. So if a driverless car actually does an accident, who is responsible? Is the car production, or is the algorithm writer, the developer? Who is the government? Who is accountable? Programmer or company or existing internet society? We don't know. We don't know. Therefore, the legal framework has not yet come up, reacted to AI in a big sense. There are some IT acts, etc., about this cyber security, cyber privacy, cyber fraud, all of this. We need to modify it. We need to evolve it for AI security, AI privacy, AI fraud, all of this, AI issues, AI accidents, AI this malfunctions, etc. Yeah. I don't see any more questions on the text chat box. If there are other questions, otherwise.
Yeah, hello. Narmada ma'am, there is a raised. You have raised your hand, so we request you to kindly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
One observation I wanted to make is the law or the guidelines that a global one rather than only to a particular country, because the data is coming from everywhere. There should be a global understanding of using data and using data.
Yeah. So the data is global, but the data can be also used in local sense, right? All of our Gmail data goes to Google, which is an American company, right? So tomorrow there is a war between America and India. America can use the Indian data to do different things, right? I mean, just because it collects data from everyone doesn't mean it cannot target someone and use it. That's not true. So, and as I said, Google and Facebook knows more about Indians than the Indian government. So also there was a case, and this is a real case, this happened in Singapore. So the Facebook actually had a tiff with Singapore because Singapore had some laws which the Facebook was not complying to. The Singapore government threatened Facebook that it will be banned. And the Facebook in turn threatened Singapore government that your government will fall. You are a democracy. If you stop Facebook tomorrow, people will rise in revolt against you. Think of this in India. If I ban WhatsApp tomorrow, will your government survive? We will all say, no, this is a very bad government. The opposition is such a nice government. It lets us use WhatsApp. Let's vote for it.
Sir,
May not be all of us, but maybe a significant person. This thing, right? So this government against AI, yeah.
So you're saying that if we combine big data and AI, even the governments will be controlled by AI itself?
Exactly, it is already being controlled. It is already being controlled. That's what I'm saying. So Facebook actually threatened Singapore, saying that for us, Facebook said that for us, the number of Singaporeans if we lose is not big enough. But for you, losing Facebook is bigger. So I am not going to listen to your laws. You must change your laws to accommodate me. Sounds very much like East India Company's colonialism, no? Right? Yeah.
So you're saying robots will be controlling us in a
It's
little
not
while from
robots. It's
now?
not robots. No, no, no. It's
No,
not
sir.
robots. No, no, no. I'm not. I'm not
AI
saying that.
based.
I'm
No, no.
not saying that. I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying robots are continuing. I'm saying the Facebook policymakers are going to control. Facebook policymaker is not a robot. That's a human being. That's a board of human beings. They are manipulating the robots to work against us. That's all. Facebook was caught red-handed manipulating your emotions. They can make you cry, they can make you laugh, they can make whatever they want you to do by promoting certain posts in your Facebook wall. These are all documented cases. So they may I mean, okay, we all have heard these things, right? That Russia influenced America's voting pattern, elections. America wanted to influence India's elections, etc. Do you think they're all just simple conspiracy theories? There are elements of truth in it. It may not be so big as to affect the final outcome of it, but there are elements of truth in it. So they don't share their data. They don't let you know what they are using it for.
Yeah, Amrita ma'am, we have sent you an unmute request. You have raised your hand in the meeting, so we request you to kindly ask your question. Hello, Amrita ma'am.
Yeah. So there is meanwhile there is a question from someone saying already many AI tools exist and now we want regulations for restrictions. Why cannot it be vice versa? So what is the vice versa? So we want regulations to restrict. Yes, of course. What is the vice versa? That we don't have so many AI tools.
Yes, sir. Actually, I wanted to know just that why we don't initially think of having regulations and then
Okay.
float
Then
these things.
yeah.
That is
No,
the
you're right.
requirement of
That is what it should happen. No, once you have the regulations, then the AI tools, the new AI tools that come up should follow the regulation. But you see, the problem is we don't know what the new AI tools can do, right? So they come up, they do something, then we learn, and then we do this, right? See, I mean, think of it in a very, very naive manner. Why was there a law against murder made? Because somebody murdered, right? You cannot imagine that somebody will murder and make a law. Because somebody murdered, then you thought, oh, this is a bad thing. We should stop human societies from doing it. Then you make a law.
Yeah.
Correct?
Sir,
So,
there was a news
sometimes we
today
can preclude.
that sir. So there was a
Sorry.
news today in the newspaper that 13-year-old boy, he committed suicide by seeing the ways of taking life, ending life through ChatGPT.
Yes.
So regulations are must, which is very much required for these young students.
Absolutely. That's my point. See, while you are building a chatbot, you did not imagine this situation that it will affect some 14-year-old child to. It will help that 14-year-old child to do suicide.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very hard for any engineer or human being to think of it, right? But once it happens, then you realize its potentials, and then so regulation is absolutely necessary. Yeah. Okay, are there more questions?
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah, Mithun sir, yeah, please ask your query. Hello. Yeah, Mithun sir. Mithun Chauhan sir, please go ahead with your query.
Sorry, ma'am. By default is unmute.
Okay, no issue. So I guess all the queries have been addressed from the participants in the chat box section also and in the meeting also. So on behalf of Professor Gaurav Trivedi, sir, the Principal Investigator of ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati, and also on behalf of Dr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat, sir, who is the Principal Coordinator for this program from IIT Guwahati, I thank you, Professor Arnav Bhattacharya, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule and joining in this platform, coming over here and guiding all our participants in this topic. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So it was a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we come to an end of session 1. So we will have a short break of 20 minutes and we will come back by 4 o'clock from where the session 2 of day 9 of this FDP will start.
I have one request.
Yes.
Ma'am, you only uploaded the all PPT of only session 1. What about the session 2? If I take the example of last day, you only uploaded one PPT, one session. Second session PPT is not there.
Yeah, some of the experts are not comfortable in sharing their work with you, with the participants. So in that case, you can refer to the YouTube videos which we have uploaded. In fact, in the videos, you can see the presentation slides also. So we are in touch with all the experts for their PPTs, but some of the experts are not ready to share their slides because these are company copyrighted slides. Okay, so that's the issue. So we will let you know whose slides will not be available.
Yesterday, second session.
Yeah. We will let you know whose slides won't be available in the announcement section. And for those, you can refer the YouTube link.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have a break of 20 minutes and join by 4. So we request all the participants not to disconnect your system from the link. Please remain connected and freshen up and come back by 4. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, where slides have been shared?
Slides are shared in the Google Drive link, ma'am, which was already shared in the registration confirmation.
Okay. Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dear participants, a gentle reminder for today's MCQ. The MCQ will be from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. today. So I request you all to kindly make yourself available during that time for the MCQ. Thank you.
And ma'am, when will we get certificates?
Yeah, you will get the certificates next week, ma'am. Okay, because we need to tally all the attendance. Okay, attendance till day 8 is updated. Tomorrow day 9 will be updated and day 10 attendance will be updated on next Monday. And by Monday or Tuesday in the next week, you will get all the participation certificates in your registered email ID if you are eligible. Eligibility will be announced in the overall attendance Google Sheet.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. M. Ramaya, sir, ma'am, the MCQ is scheduled for today. Tomorrow there will be a validatory session from 6 p.m. So tomorrow we cannot have the MCQ. It will be today from 6 to 7 p.m. It is already there in the update, in the schedule. It was there, just the date part was it was written 29 earlier, but we corrected it because it was scheduled for day 9. if you can see, it was always scheduled for day 9 because on day 7, because on day 10 we will be having the valedictory session from 6 p.m. So, dear participants, please make yourself available during the time of MCQ today. Thank you. Dear participants, the criteria for certification is already mentioned in the registration confirmation mail and also been announced in the WhatsApp and Telegram groups. Minimum 75% active attendance in the sessions, along with the submission of both the MCQs, is the criteria for the certification. So, we request you all to kindly ensure your attendance and please make yourself available for the MCQ. Thank you. Dear participants, certificates will only be issued to the participants who are eligible for the certificates. The eligibility criteria is already mentioned in the registration confirmation mail, which is sent to all the participants and also announced in the WhatsApp and Telegram groups multiple times. I'll be posting the criteria once again in the chat box for all the everyone. You can go through the criteria once again. Shirupa ma'am, we have taken a 20 minutes break, so next session will start from 4 p.m. Earlier session got over at 3:30, so next session will be starting at 4 p.m. Please, I request you all to please come back by 4 p.m. for the next session. Thank you. Dear participants, there will be a quiz today, as already been communicated. The MCQ will be conducted from 6 to 7 p.m. The timings and the quiz dates are already there in the schedule. The timings are already there in the schedule and the important announcements page. If anyone has any query, you can go through the important announcement page in the drive. All the timings are there in that page. Thank you. There are no assignments currently for the FDP. Only the attendance and MCQ will be considered for the certification. Thank you. Attendance and MCQ both will be considered for the certification. Dear participants, there are no assignments for this FDP. So, no assignment has to be submitted. Only the MCQ and the attendance has to be maintained. Thank you. For this technical development program, only the participation certificates will be distributed. Grade certificates will be not disclosing the MCQ marks for the FDP. Those who have not joined the WhatsApp group yet, once again request you all to join the group. The link is pasted in the chat section. You all can click on the link and join the group. Thank you. There are no assignments, ma'am. There are no assignments. So, dear participants, we have given no assignments for this FDP. In case any assignment was given, then it would have been a criteria for submission, for submitting the assignments. There are no assignments for this FDP. Only we will be having MCQs. First one is already conducted last Friday, and the next one will be conducted today from 6 to 7 p.m. Thank you. Yes, sir. We have mentioned the assignment criteria. As if any assignment would have been given, then it would have to be submitted. In this FDP, we have not given any assignment, so no assignment has to be submitted. Thank you. Good evening, Satyendra sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Dear participants, welcome back to the session of the day 9 of the FDP. We have Dr. Satyendra Singh Chauhan sir connected with us. So he is the speaker for today's session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, let me share my screen first. Okay, so yesterday we had a session on Copilot in teaching and learning, and today in this session we are going to have a demonstration of some tools which can be used in research or research or report writing, or I mean in, okay, so let me see. Okay, so these are the questions related to assignment. So I've already shared the slide, share the screen. I hope you can see my screen. Is it visible? Okay, so we can start. Okay, so as an academician, when you apart from teaching, when you do research, there are different phases in research. Specifically, when you complete your experiments and want to write research articles and read some new papers. So there are very various AI tools are available. Some of AI tools you might know, and popularly you might have seen the use of those generalized LLM models like GPTs and all to understand and to perform basic NLP tasks, to summarize the content and all. However, there are some specific tools are there which you can use for research purpose. So when you so you have different phases in research. So there is a review phase is there. When you read papers, when you read documents and different reports. So to speed up the review process of vast amount of literature that is available online, you have different tools. Some of the tools I have highlighted in blue that we are going to see today in this session. And so starting from review, where you read the papers and how you can summarize the content, how you can distinguish those papers, how you can find out the key findings that has been reported in the paper, and you can compare the papers. And there are different other things you can ask the AI tool to perform different tasks. Similarly, so there is one different area called innovation, where there are some research based tools are available, but though those are not freely available. So this some research have been done that propose that these tools even can write your whole paper. So this is not our area of scope today. When you do research, when you find out, okay, so this methodology I am going to implement, and once you implement it and get the results, and when you start your writing your paper, most of the time for the methodology part, you think of presenting a visualization of your whole approach. So that sometimes it's very time consuming. You might have heard about draw.io or other tools, additional tools. Using those, you can visualize and you can create a functional diagram, methodology diagram for your research. However, there's some AI based tools are also available, like Diagram GPT and Napkin.ai. Using this, you can create visualization that is closer to the methodology that you have written in the text form. So you can just give the prompt, and in the prompt you can give your methodology, give the steps, give the even the overall approach, how it works, and it might so it can create a visualization of your overall methodology. Sometime in your research phase, specifically when you are working in data driven approaches, where you want to uh, create some survey app, or you want to create application for data collection and annotation, or even any other task when you want to create an application. So then you can use some tools. Copilot we have seen yesterday, where you can use GitHub Copilot to create and write code for you that is doing some particular task. And similarly, you have Replit that can be used to create app without knowing any coding knowledge. Though if you know what the process you want to do, what type of application you want to create, you can use that tool as to create uh, maybe a data collection or some statistical analysis or any web application you want to create. So we'll see an example of it. And summarization of results, there are lots of LLMs are available. You might have seen those in the previous session as well, like ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, and others. These are the tools that you can use for GPT. For writing, you must be using, so those who are comfortable with LaTeX, you must be using Overleaf for writing your research article. Even in the writing and presentation, Overleaf provides you integration of LLM to perform various tasks. So, and apart from this, there are other tools as well, like connected graph, connected papers is there. So though are not exactly a AI based or LLM based, but in research they have been used to find out the relevant articles. So in the whole session, we'll see the demonstration of Astra, Notebook LM, Alpha, Kev, and Diagram GPT, and Napkin AI Replit is there, and some idea about other tools like the additional thing that is there in the overlay. And from the last session, we had one part left where we are going to see how you can create your own chatbot or LLM based copilot in your system, even without using. If you are not connected to internet, you can use that copilot in your system as an offline assistant as well. So that was left from the previous session yesterday. So if time permits, we are going to see that also. Audio check. So my audio is clear? So am I audible clearly? Yeah, I think someone says okay, so audio an issue.
So you're clearly audible.
Okay. So let's start with our first tool, Asta, which was developed by the same team which is behind Semantic Scholar, and you can use that tool to find out relevant papers, and even if you want to summarize the entire literature, you can use Asta for it. For example, let's see the demonstration of it. So you can go to Asta website. So this is the Asta website is there. So if you see here, when you go to this website, you will find out there are two main sections are there: find papers and summarize literature. So sometime traditionally, what you do when you start doing research in particular topic, you have other sources, different publication houses, journals on which you search it, or in the common platform called Google Scholar, you type the article name and or even the topic that you want to search. You it gives you the list of relevant papers. So for example, let's say I'm searching for papers, let's say AI in healthcare, and when you click it, it will find out all the papers that are relevant to this topic. So you can see here it is searching for relevant papers with the keywords like AI application in healthcare, AI techniques, and healthcare context. And it is searching for the relevant papers. So once it is ready with the response, you will see here those are the papers that are given here on the right hand side. So it has pointed out 75 papers in AI in healthcare, and subsequently you can ask to I mean, out of so find out the papers uh, published starting from 2024 and published in Q1 SCI index journals. So you can write more specific prompts to give the query to Astra, and then it will give you the response accordingly. You can also see here it is showing which one is perfectly relevant or which is relevant paper, and with the journal names. Okay, so out of 75 research paper shown, provide the list of journals, list of SCI Q1 journals. So you can write, so for from those papers you can write query in relevant to these papers, and then it will give you the response. And you can compare those papers as well. So you can write and ask for the comparison between those two papers. Also, there is another option of summarize the literature. For example, you are working in particular domain, let's say deep learning in agriculture. So it will summarize all the all the research papers, all the research articles that are available in agriculture domain applying deep learning. And it will give you a summarized literature review of those relevant contents that is available online. So Astra could be a primary source of finding the information over web. However, there are some other tools as well which works better than the Astra is there. So it will create a summary, a structured summary starting with the introduction and background, and the techniques have been used in the deep learning in agriculture. So for each, you can expand the section and read about it. And one of the important aspect of using a specific tool for research purpose, instead of using ChatGPT, Grok, or other LLM, they might hallucinate. So let me give you one example why you should not use the general purpose LLM for the research for a specific research. For example, if you go to ChatGPT and if you I had asked one question regarding the write a literature review on deep learning for agricultural domain in 500 words. Also provide proper citation in the text and reference list at that. Suppose somehow, let's say you want to or you're using those LLMs to write the literature review. Why it is not a good idea to write a literature review using those LLMs? Because it might hallucinate. So here you can see here the response that it has generated. It has created a literature review with the citation as well, and towards the end it has given the reference list. And why it is why ChatGPT is not a good option to write something, because if you see here, let's say to pick any paper, let's say this one, Smith B. Johnson Lee in 2019, and it has given a citation of crop wheat segmentation using unit and segment architecture and published in Precision Agriculture Journal. And what happens sometimes, those LLMs hallucinate, even they create a reference which does not exist, even the channel names that they suggest which might not exist. For example, let's say if let's see whether it exists or not. Precision Healthcare Journal. So Precision Agriculture, sorry, journal is there. If you go to here and let's just check the fact whether this paper is available or not. And if you see here, it is on volume number 20. So if you go to the side and you find out, okay, so check for all the volumes and issues, and let's see whether this paper is there or not. So volume number 20, and the page number is 718 to 732. So if we check any issue, let's say if we start with the issue number 6, and if you see here the page numbers are 10, it's okay. So this in issue 6 you have 1296. So starting from 1087, so it might be in the previous volume. So issue number 5, let's see. Okay, so issue number 5, so 857 is there starting. We were searching for something 7. Issue number 4, let's check it. So yes, so here it is. So what was the page number? 718 to 732. So 718, 732. So 718, somewhere in between these two. And if you see here, there is a different article there in the Precision Healthcare, which does not exist in the journal. So ChatGPT have created its own hallucinated version of the paper. even if you search this on the Google, let's say, you will find out there is. So this is from International Society of Photograph Sensing. This is not the paper. This is also not the paper. So you can see it does not exist in the internet. So using those LLMs for writing the research article or for using for the research purpose will be a very bad idea to start with. However, there are some precise tools are available which you can use. One of these is ESTA, which you can find out the relevant papers. So it will only give those papers that are available and accessible, and that it do not generate the paper on its own. So you can also experiment. You ask to whether Chat GPT or any other uh, LLM, general purpose LLM, if you ask to generate or write a literature review on particular uh, problem statement or particular objective that you are working on, and sometime you find out, okay, so I do not have time to write the literature review, so let ask the LLM to write the literature review with the references and all, and you will find out in the list of journals it is providing, most of the journals do not exist. So one of the time it has generated journal of so IEEE transaction on agriculture engineering, which does not exist. Yes, you can use it. So okay, so which is ESTA will be the AI generated content in the Turnitin? No, so ESTA is we are not using to generate uh, content. We are finding out the relevant papers there. Yes, it is free for some task. So basic task you can do it. So it's free. Most of the tools that we are going to discuss are their free version have limited scope, but still they have various things that you can do it. Astra is free, I think. There's to find out the relevant papers. There is an analyze data, again a tab which is going to soon you will see here. So to finding out papers in particular area, and you can ask to generate from you can find out because I have asked earlier, for example, deep learning in medicine. I have asked some questions so for find out the papers in medical analysis, and it find out 69 papers that out of which uh, 211 and 69 was perfect match. And then I asked to please provide papers from 2024 onwards, which are published in IEEE transaction Q1 journals only. So it does not find out any papers matching my query. Then I ask you, okay, so instead of finding from IEEE transaction, just show me the papers from 2024. So I wanted to find out the new papers that are available. So then 11 perfect matches have been given. So some journal papers have it session, and also out of 74 papers, the list of papers journals in Q1. So these are the list of journals it has given. Though personally speaking, apart from ESTA, you have some other you have good tools for finding out the papers. And there is another one, though it is not AI based, but earlier researchers have used that tool to find out the relevant papers. Connected papers is one, you can say, web tool is there. On the connected paper, you can write paper title or a topic. Let's say, for example, I worked in open world machine learning. So, and when you enter, okay, it will generate a graph. So it is building a graph, and then so you can see here this graph basically represent which papers are relevant and which papers are connected to each other. And you can move over to different papers on the left hand side, and they are abstract. You can see here on the right hand side. Even this connect graph, you can download this graph as well. So that gives you the version of it. And even all the, so you want to have a bibliography of all the relevant papers, so you can just download it. So that will give you the bibliography of it. So however, this was the previous previously earlier have been used much, though it I don't know whether it is a. And if you want to find out the prior works, so these paper on the click on prior works, so that papers have been given, which are mostly common cited papers in this area, and derivative works on, so these list of the papers that are there. Connected papers is also having a limited access, so per month you can create graph for some time. For which one? What are the genuine sites to look for the paper? So do not use LLMs. Apart from those, the tool like Asta is there. You can search the relevant papers there, and the traditional website like Google Scholar. Find out if you want to find out the relevant papers. Then connected papers or connected papers is also one way to this. For subscription, you do not need subscription for limited use. But if you want, if you're heavily using those website, then you might need subscription. Okay. So if you want to find out relevant papers, then you can use Asta. And if you want to summarize entire literature, then you can also use Asta for it. And unlike other LLMs, they do not hallucinate. There is another. This one is very much popular application. Out of all the participants, some of you might know this tool, and this is one of the best tool that is most of the times it can do freely. So you can, and it is provided by Google. So you can think of most of the things that Google provides have a large number of tasks that you can do on the free version as well. So once, let's say you have find out some papers that okay, so these are the relevant papers that you want to study. Now the one way is you can study the whole papers one by one, or if you want to have a quick information about those papers, you can use Notebook LM. So you can go to, so you find out Notebook LM and go to the website. So basically it is speed up your working. So here, for example, you can create a new notebook, and the papers that you find out, okay, so you want to study about those papers, so then you can upload those papers here. Let's say for sample upload, I am uploading 2 papers here. So I've uploaded those 2 papers. You can name the up to 50 papers, you can add it together. And there is one beautiful, there are different tasks you can ask. For example, you can ask summarize the contribution of these papers. Also provide the key differences and contributions, key differences and significance of these papers. So that will only search and only provide you content from the papers that are there only. Not, it will not go beyond that. So unlike LLM, you can think of this is a RAG based system. So RAG is another RAG or compound AI system, which is which based on retrieval augmented generation technology. So you can see here these two papers. The title both focus on identifying disruptive events from social media, primarily Twitter, and they use continual machine learning for it. However, they represent successive advancement in addressing the challenge. So, dived paper do something, and the novel application of continual machine learning provides and rigorous evolution. Whereas the second paper builds on the previous paper by introducing a critical component of selective forgetting. And you can read about it, and you can even ask to explain any particular concept that is there in the paper, or you want to compare the results of those paper or compare the technology, what are the key differences between those two, you can ask. Apart from this, there are even if you don't have time to read those papers, you can create a mind map as well here. So when let's say it will create a mind map. Even let's say you don't have time to read, and even you don't have time to read this textual content which is given here. Instead of that, you can create an audio overview of it. So when you create an audio overview, it will generate a podcast type of audio file for those two papers. So if you click on the mind map that it has created, so you will see this is the mind map it has created. So the these papers basically works on disruptive event detection task, and these are the two frameworks: dived SF and dived without selective forgetting and with selective forgetting. And if you click on this, you can find there are several sections. So what is the abstract and overview? So this gives you the abstract and what is disruptive events. So you can expand every sections and expand the mind map here, and this you can download as well. So this you can download the mind map. So you can see here the mind map is downloaded. So you can create mind map between different papers and different. So going back to the studio, it is generating audio. So it will take some time to generate the audio. There are different reports you can generate. So those different reports basically will be based on those two papers only, which you have selected. And at a time you can select up to 50 papers here. Let me check for any questions. Okay, so Google. You can play in the classroom. So this is a image file. So the LM which is giving you the file, it's image file. So in the Google Classroom means in the online class, then obviously then you can show the mind map. And so I'm not getting what you mean by playing it. Also the reports that so okay, that you have to create it. So there is no option of creating animation in the mind map. So uh, what one thing you can do, you can once you get the mind map, you can think of you, you can try some animation tools to create the animations. Okay, so where we are. Okay, so this is generating audio, so it will take some time. So I'll show you the notebook on which we have created audio and the video. Even you can create a video as well, so that a video will be created that explains everything about those two papers. And there are different reports you can generate. For example, briefing doc you can generate, so that will generate a notes. Even you can generate a study guide and FAQs and the timeline. So let me generate everything, so that so briefing doc have been generated. So you can see here this doc have been generated. The briefing document summarizes these two papers. So this is the executive summary of these two papers. Initial framework was this, and on which the second paper have worked and build upon it. And the key themes and important terminology shown in the briefing note. So you can read those briefing notes here. It also generates FAQs, so frequent asked questions. So what the dive framework and what problem does it address? So and how it is different from the previous approaches. So this is the difference, and then some of all the FAQs that are there. Similarly, so it has generated an audio. Now you can, I don't know whether you will be here or not. Let me play it. So is it audible? Not okay. So because it might not be sound might not be going from the tab to there. So what basically that audio plays, it creates a podcast. So it is like two people are discussing over that paper, and both are discussing what is there, what is content is there, and what problem it is solving. And there are two person, one is male and female, they are discussing about the paper. So it is more of like the podcast that you see over the internet. So those, by listening to that podcast, you can understand what content is there in the paper. Even so let me open, so video generation will take time, so let me open another uh, notebook which I've created. So there were two papers, one which uh, presented BERT framework, and there is a SBERT framework which is again those two based on the transformer technology and how they are differed. So you can ask the different question on it. So this, we had created a video of it, and when you uh, it. So using the video, it explains everything that is there in the paper. So how it works, what type of problem to solve, which it has used. Because sometimes it happens you when you read it, you might not understand that quickly. When you hear or when you see the video of it, then it is quite easier to understand. So your mind understand quickly when you have a video. So using LM, notebook LM, you can create videos and audio as well. So since the audio, so sound is not going to your side, I'll suggest you to open notebook LM, and as per your research area, you can select some of the papers and you can add those papers on notebook LM, and you can create videos, audios, and listen to those audios and videos. Apart from the basic tasks like summarization, key difference that you can ask prompt here, and that will give you the idea. The everything that is there, the results will come from those two or the papers that you have selected only. It will not go beyond the scope of those documents. So base paper identification. So you can use, you can go to ESTA, and you can find out for particular topic, you can find out the list of relevant papers, and from the relevant papers, you can find out which one is the earliest most in terms of the publication year, and you can find out that. Also, you can ask the GPT as well to find out the base paper for this. So not GPT, the ASTA or the relevant AI. Okay. Now, so in notebook, you see here, so we can have a different things, so that uh, it will be great if you by yourself you try this notebook LM, right? So this is one, so you can perform, you can find out summary, question and answer, mind map. You can create audio overview of that paper, video overview of that paper. So you can create the audio and video, and you can so for example, if you are even if you are teaching, instead of research paper, you can upload a document that explain the concepts, and you can ask the notebook to create a video of it, and then that video which explains the topic in detail, you can show to your students as well. And study guide, FAQs, and timeline you can generate. So for example, same, so it is generating timeline as well, so we'll see the timeline. So yeah, it is generated timeline of the event. So into now this also gives you the answer of your finding out the base paper identification. So in 2011, propose a technique for this, and then later on in the latest paper, have been shown. So it's totally up to you how you explore and what questions you can ask depending on the topic you want to working on, and you what task you want to carry out. Also, you can add notes as well. So you can write your notes. So for example, later on, if you open that notebook again, so notebook LLM have different notebooks, and if you open that notebook again, then you can see your notes that you have created by your understanding of it. So later on, you can refer those notes as well. So now moving on. So this was, so I'll share this slide so you can, and in this slide I have given the link of every tool. Though it is quite easy, you just go to Google and search about it. This is one of the interesting tool. This is from the makers of archive. So you can analyze any archive paper by changing the URL to this, or simply open Alpha archive to see the trending papers. So for example, let's say uh, Alpha, it is not there. Okay, so let's put Alpha archive. So here, what you can do, you can ask anything. For example, one of the attention all you need, and let's say you search this paper. So when you click it, you can see here the paper is open, and on the right hand side you can see there is an assistant is here. So you can ask anything in the question in the PDF. Even let's say if you highlight this, and from the highlighted version you can ask anything. For example, let's say in this paper, let's say I want to understand this equation. I do not know this equation, so please explain this equation, and also provide me a numerical example. It's a simple numerical example. So when you ask, this assistant will explain everything in this equation which might not be there in the paper, and towards the end it will give you a simple working example as well. Sometimes it is you might be a reading paper, you're not understanding any mathematics part of it, or you're not understanding the approach of it, so you can ask the assistant to give you examples and so on. So see here, earlier in the traditional research, when we used to read the papers, we used to understand each line and each mathematics and symbols that are there, and by our own we read the cross references and mathematical concepts and work it out how it is working. But using this assistant, you can do it. You can also change which model you want to use. So they are built on the LLM. So behind the scene, the LLMs are there, but using the prompts, you can simply understand. See, it is generating everything. You don't have to. You can even you can ask. Let's say, so explain. Uh, explain the figure 1 with example, so that LLM will break down everything that is there. So the figure shows two main blocks, encoder and decoder. So encoder is on the left. So you can see here it is not written there in the figure, but it is explaining, and it the encoder takes an input sentence, for example, the cat sat on the mat, and the process it to create rich. So encoder side, it is explaining everything with the example as well. So that really saves your time on it. Similarly, you can write your notes as well. So you can highlight a particular and you can write your private notes as well. So it is more of like and traditionally when we read a paper or when we read an article, when you highlight it by the marker and then write your comments. Here also you can add your comments. There is another. I hope you are getting it. The point. So what is the reliability of solution? So unlike LLM, the everything that is generated here, it is from that document only. So it is not giving you any response apart from it. Okay, so if you are asking for the reliability of the working of that particular solutions, obviously you uh, once you have the solution and the equation, so once you have the explanation and the equation, then you can work it out, right? So you can go through the examples and okay, so if LLM works, then obviously because they are built on the LLM, right? So if you have a paper on like, so I have not tried it, so let me try that also. So for example, I don't know whether it will work or not, because behind the scene LLMs is there, so it should work. Please explain in, let's say, don't know whether yes. So yes, it can generate in the regional image, because it's obvious that it is using uh, it is not an LLM, it is basically a RAG based or compound AI systems are there, or agentic based systems there, which takes the context from your input. So here our input was this paper. Yes, it is generating in the other languages. So that you can do it with a notebook LM. Notebook LM, you can upload it the paper. So notebook LM that we have seen, you can generate or you can upload the papers. So here you can create a new notebook and you can upload your sources. So you can select files, PDF, even not only PDF. You can add Google Docs, Google Slide, website, even YouTube. You can give the YouTube link and you can generate it. You can paste the also. And based on the sources that you have given, you can ask different questions here. In okay, so in particularly in Alpha Archive, so that PDF you can download of the paper, and also one of the those who are from technical institution, uh, for the papers, research papers, you also want to find out the code or the source code or the basically the implementation of it. So if the source code is available, you can see here there is a code section is here. If you click here, so that will give you the code. If it is available there on the online, it will give you the code. So you can see here for this paper, the code is available, and this is a PyTorch implementation of this paper. And you can see here, so this was the readme file, and these are the codes. So this folder gives you the whole code of this paper as well. So at one place you are having everything, paper, the code. You can ask the questions, you can understand that paper. Also, you can write your own notes. Plus, this paper might have been read by other users, other researchers as well. So what they are commenting, they can also write some comments. So you can go to the comment section as well, and you can see what they are discussing about this paper. So you can see here one person at 2 years ago written confusion about the variable length matrices. So he has written its problem, and someone has replied over that comment. So you can see here the public discussions also are available. Though it is a new website, a relatively new website, so you might not found comment for all the papers that are there or the new papers that are there, but most of the popular papers you will find out people's researchers are discussing over it, and they are putting the comments. And even after all the assistant that you have, you do not understand anything, you can put comment as well. So that will, you can write your comment as well here. Somewhere after some time you can log in and you can check whether it is available. And this is free. Alpha Archive is free. Okay, so uploading a paper here. So let me. Yes, so here you have. Okay, so you have option for it. I've never explored it. Let me. So yes, now you can ask anything about this paper as well. So option of uploading is there. Okay, so here we on alpha. Okay. So even trending papers, it shows here the list. Even when you search a paper online, so most time if you let's say this paper is there from archive repository, so you can just change the link. You just write alpha instead of AR in the link. The same paper that as you have search can be opened in the alpha. See here for this paper, there is no comments are obviously it is relatively new 2023. However, and you can see here also in the comment, though it is there no comments, it is also showing similar papers. So you can find out the relevant papers here as well. What are the similar papers there? And the similar papers you can find out on the clicking on similar as well. For this particular paper, there is no code available right now. May not be someone may not have implemented this and uploaded on the GitHub, so you might not get the link for this page. See here, it is showing you can ask what is the intuition behind section number 3.2. So you can ask various questions related to this paper to understand this paper. So meanwhile, I'll just switch between the chat and the paper so that I do not miss any questions. Okay. So we had discussed 3 tools. Here one was the Aster, one was the notebook LM, and Alpha Archive. So these 3 you can use. There are some other tools as well, and I'm not going to cover all of it. So these 3 tools you can use for. So we'll take a short break of 5 minutes and we'll move ahead with other tools that are there. If you have any question, you can ask. I hope you. So how many of you have seen these tools first time? Great. So uh, I'll suggest you to go to every tool and explore by yourself what other options are there. So I might not have covered all the options inside it. You can explore every tool again. So we'll take a short break of 5 minutes and then we will start again with the other tools. If you have any question, you can just write on the chat. Once I'll be back, I'll give you the response for each and every question.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Suman sir, you have raised your hand. So we are unmuting you. You can ask your query.
Hello.
Yeah, Suman ma'am. Yeah, I have unmuted.
Yes, sir is available for question. I think sir is not available at the moment.
Please.
Hello.
Yes, you can ask, please.
Good evening, sir. Sir,
Good evening.
actually, I want to ask about data analysis in social science. Is there some tool for data analysis?
Specifically AI based tool like You want to write the prompt and you
Yes.
want to
I want some factor analysis or some structure equation modeling or something like test hypothesis testing and all. Is there some AI assistance in this type of research in social sciences?
specifically not, but I mean, you can use those co-pilots for the same, because even with the co-pilots, you can. So in the earlier session so previous day, we have seen Microsoft Copilot. You can use that for it, but specifically for particular task is not there. Someone have mentioned SPSS, though there is no. I mean, they are the traditional softwares that are
Yes,
there for the
those are the traditional
but it is
softwares we
not
are
AI
using.
based. Yes.
E-views we are using this SPSS, but some AI tools
So
are
any
available on.
LLM you can use, even any LLM or Copilot you can use for the same task. So analysis, uh, you can give the file to LLM, and even you can try on the notebook as well.
Okay.
Notebook
And
LLM.
we can upload that data file in
Yes.
that notebook and then we can try.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And sir, one more query.
Yes.
Sir, is there any YouTube link or any your uploaded video which will help us in detail usage of such tools? Because in this short period, you will not able to discuss
Discuss.
all the usage of
Uh,
the or all.
okay.
Is there any
So
link or something which will help us to explore more about these tools?
okay. So regarding these tools, those we have discussed, I think. I mean, you just write the name of the tool on the YouTube. You will find out tons of videos that shows that full demonstration.
Okay.
Personally, from my side, there is no YouTube video is there.
Okay.
Though IIT Guwahati might be recording this session
Yes,
and
sir. Yes, sir.
maybe
We will
uploading
just
on the
record
YouTube
it.
as well.
Actually, your way of explanation was very simple as well as effective. That's why I'm asking about,
So
because
thank
sometimes we are not able to have the clarity of the things. But you have explained in a very, very simple way that it's very much clear. That's why I'm asking about.
Okay, thank you for the appreciation. So that might be a good idea. So in future, I'll try to create some of the videos and details for each and every tools, and maybe I'll upload. So right now, I have not done it yet.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Maybe
much.
I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so yes, so someone has also written that every SPSS work can be done in ChatGPT. Yes. So most of the LLM can do the task. Obviously, you have to verify it. Quantitative analysis tool to analyze AI generated language content and in comparison to human content. So that like texture of poetry. So in fact, that is the one of the interesting research problem nowadays to identify AI generated content in compared to human generated content. So it is one of the challenging tasks as well as interesting research problem if someone in this area of research of deep learning can attempt. Even one of my students is trying to build doing a research in this area, and hopefully we may come up with a software, a tool that similar to Turnitin can give you which line is written by the human AI. Also, any innovative or digital platform to gather interactive content or reader responses about the relativity of the content. I don't know. So maybe there exists some tools, but even that is also for me to explore. I'm also exploring. So even frankly speaking, one of the connected papers was I found out recently, because I found out recently what other tools can be used. Okay, so we can start again. Let me share the screen again. So where were we? Okay, so someone had asked about a graphical abstract. So though this is there a tool which can create graphical abstract for engineering domain? Napkin AI might do it. Let's see whether it can do it or not. So there is a Napkin AI. Using this, you can create so new napkin. Let's blank napkin. Okay. So you want to create a visual representation of your paper methodology or steps or some visualization of the approach. Then this one is one you can use, napkin.ai. Again, you have to create a account and use it. There are some limitation of number of visuals you can create, but for in the free version there are some limit. So let me give you an example of it. So okay, so the same paper we can take it to PDF related to the questions that is there. Let's take this and go to napkin. All right, abstract. Let's see, so the blue icon, it will generate the visual of it. Let's see what it generates. So that's so somewhere you might have some idea. So there are different styles it is generating. Second one is this, third one is this, and so on. So you have different options are there, and once you get one particular that it is working fine, you can export it as well. So you can export it as a PDF, PPT, or PNG. You can download it. So you can create this. Might be giving you this. Okay. So that And from my exploration, what I found out in terms of diagrams, still there are those tools are still I mean in the process of coming up with the best tools. So unlike text where you have alpha archive, alpha AI, or notebook LM or other, still in the image generation side, still you there again the need of best tool to it. Instead of writing abstract, you can write the methodology here. You can write the steps, even the algorithm you can write, and you can ask to generate this. There are different draft from AI, import from file. So you can import a file and then uh, it will create a diagram. So I think that will serve the purpose for the abstract, graphical abstract for you. Yes. Okay. Okay, so is there any software to change AI into plague-free document? So plagiarism is a different thing. When you uh, write a document to, I mean, so one simple way is to paraphrase it. So your question has two things. So two interpretation. One interpretation is there is a plagiarism content is there in the plagiarism content into plagiarism free content, which uh, might not be detected as a plagiarism content, and you want AI software to do it, or uh, the AI content that you are using is should not be detected. So the resources AI generated to make it flag free. So when you say AI generated content, so it is not a plagiarism content. It is a separate problem, AI generated content, and there are some tools. One is bypass GPT is there, and humanizer is there. So humanizer and bypass GPT is there if you are using GPT or any other tool, but still you have to explore. So humanizer is there, humanize AI text is there, which uh, remove the, so you can insert the chat GPT or any other text that you have used, and then you can use the humanize AI, so it will generate a human-like sentence which cannot be detected by any AI generated text detection model. But again, the accuracy of these tools are still not that good. So when you convert into humanized content, some of the keywords it changes. So sometimes it changes the intention or the content meaning of it. There is a bypass GPT is there uh, to do bypass. However, these are, I mean, depending on the users, it might be ethical or unethical. And obviously, they are not free. These are the two tools are there. I hope I gave your answer. Okay. Regarding the source, okay. So one question was regarding the source, some links, WhatsApp YouTube channel for resource information. So what I'll do after the lecture, I'll find out the links for each of these tools, the official links of YouTube channels or any resources, and I'll share it with the coordinators of this FDP. They will post it there and they will share with you. and according to which tool is best for graph. Okay, so for teaching, so the Canva is there, but I don't know. So it is not AI based tool. So you have, so in image side is still, image or graph side is still those AI tool lacks coming up with the best representation. So you can try. So what you can do, you can try. So there is another. So let me show you another tool to generate a methodology diagram. One is diagram GPT is also there. That diagram GPT is also there. You can describe diagram. Again, this is an AI based. You can describe diagram. For example, let's say I'll write. Oh, what should I write? Okay, so generate a three-phase diagram of a compiler. So you explain first phase is token generation, and parsing. Second phase is intermediate code generation. Pardon my spelling mistakes if there is any. Yes, intermediate code generation, and third phase is code optimization. So maximum information if you give, it will generate closely to what you expect to do it. So you ask to generate it. So it will generate, initially it will generate some questions. So what could be the specific components you might need? For example, uh, lexical analysis, syntax analysis. I need intermediate code generation also, and optimization techniques also. And the flow diagram between phases, and so you can write, for example, uh, input to phase one is a stream of text, and outputs are token and AST. And for phase two, inputs are token and AST. And output is, let's say, machine code, and phase three input is machine code. I mean, so it might be out of domain for some of the participants, but I'm just giving you idea of it. So if you do not understand what is compiler, that's totally fine. That's totally different thing. We are not focusing about the compiler here. And output is optimized machine code. And any other instance. Okay, so let's generate it. So that will generate a flow diagram here. So that is generating a flow diagram. You can zoom it. You can copy image and copy into, let's say, Word. So, however, still those diagrams that are generated by the those AI tools might not be as good as that you want to. But sometimes what happens when you have, let's say, methodology, or when you have a idea that you want to represent it as a visual and you don't know what the starting point could be. So what you can do, you can ask those tools, and even sometime when they are based on subscription, they do not let you to download it. So though some diagrams you can download it here in diagram GPT, so still you can see those diagram, and once you have the starting point, okay, so this way I can make it right. For example, let's say uh, so for editing it will ask for the account, so you can select, sorry, so to fit, okay, so this is yeah. So if you start new diagram, so you can load a different types of diagrams as well here. It could be a sequence, entity relationship, cloud architecture, or any other architecture, and you can write your here. And once you see one starting point diagram, whether you are generating from napkin AI or the diagram GPT, even if you are not fully convinced with the diagram, then still you can create those diagrams by yourself, because now you have, okay, so I can have one block here, one block here, one block here, I can give input to this and that, and I can write those texts here. So you can use those diagrams as a reference point if they are not good enough to draw by yourself. And to draw by yourself, draw.io is the best place. So draw.io, you might know, though it is not an AI base. It is uh, online diagram creator. So that will here by using this tool. So what you can do, you can see that diagram, and then by yourself you can create by taking the reference from it. Uh, Not yet. Okay, so waiting for Olama demonstration. Yes. So I'll take last 5-10 minutes for that only. Okay, so even so there is one for writing and presentation. You all might not you might have using overlay for it, where you write, you must be using must be writing different papers for using overlay. So even overlay have a AI AI in it. So I'll not. For example, here, if you see here in the overlay, there is a rightful toolbar is there. So if you just click on it, it will open a GPT here. So you can choose a language model as well, rightful model or GPT or anything. And there are different tasks you can perform on during the writing. So sometime you might feel, okay, so in my abstract, these two lines are taking too much space. Can I combine this? So you can select those line, and you can see here there is an option for split and join. So you can click over it, and then it can join into one sentence. Or let's say your line is a big enough to be splitted into two sentences. So then you can use split and join. So it gives you option for split and join. Sometimes someone has asked whether I want to rephrase it. So there is a option for paraphrase as well, and you want to change the style, summarize, or let's say you want to summarize that whole content is there. and there is an option for explain is there as well. So you can do different tasks as well here. And there are other things, and whether you might have used or not. Sometimes you don't know the mathematics of LaTeX, or for example, you want to insert a table. So what you can do, you can use this GPT to insert a table, and you can just upload an image of table. So you can create an image or text uh, that gives you the table, and from that image, the table code can be generated and you can paste it. Similarly, there is a figure. You can upload a figure from here, PNG file, and the relevant code will be generated here. Similarly, for maths, if you have written a maths as an image and you want to have a LaTeX code, then you can use it. So these are some of the things that LaTeX also provide as a. You can assume this is AI feature in OLF. I don't know how many of you know about this. The abstract generator is there, title generator is there, so you can click on it, and it will suggest a title of your paper as well. And let's say you have written the paper, the abstract you have not written, then you can use the abstract generator as well. So these are the some of the features that Overleaf also provides as an AI assistant for it. Okay, so I think apart from this, okay, Overleaf, though there is one tool, Replit is also there. So let's say in your research you want to create, so you want to create an application and you don't have any knowledge about coding. Let's say since being a researcher in AI, let's say I want to build a machine learning model and I want to collect the data from the crowd source or from users. So one way is you can share a Google form, or you can create a survey. Instead of that, why not build an application that collects the data and it gives you downloadable CSV or Excel file of that data, and that data you can use for statistical analysis or any other thing. So since you don't know the coding part of it, you can use Replit as well. So there is one tool called Replit. Let me see if I've opened it or not. I had earlier. Okay, so instead of let's go to the website. Replit is there. So again, you have this is also a limited free version, so you can again, it's a AI based. So basically, you write a prompt and it will create the whole application for it. So why not? Let's take a problem. Let's say I want to build a machine learning model for sentiment analysis about the users over the world, which what they think about the AI innovations, whether what their sentiment is, and I want to collect that data from those users. And once I get the data, I'll have some I'll say I will have some analysis over it. So I want to collect the data, and for collecting the data, I don't have a tool. So what I can use Replit for it. So that can be used. So now we can let's say build a application maybe let's see. Python application for collecting user opinions on AI with the sentiment labels and have an option to download the data. So if you click here, it will create an application. So the agentic framework that is behind the Replit will plan this application, and during the planning it will give you a plan. So okay, so I'll create an application with these features, and if you think it is perfect, then you can approve that plan. Otherwise you can ask again. So initial version AI sentiment collector, it is so these are the features in the initial version. User can submit the opinion feedback through AI through web form. Automatic sentiment analysis will be there of submitted opinion, whether it is positive, negative, neutral. Display of collected opinion with sentiment. Data export functionality will be also there. CSV can download. Basic statistic dashboard is also there. Form validation and error handling. These are the things. If we approve the plan and start, so it will start creating the application. And if you do not approve it, there is an option to again chat. So you can write the modification that you want, and it will create every code in the application, and it will create a web app that you can use it and share it with users to give their comments, give their opinion, and you can collect the data as well. So it will generate. It will take some time, obviously. There are lots of things running on the tab. So let me close. Okay, so meanwhile, okay, so this is the application. You can write your name optionally, what thoughts about it, AI opinion category. This category you're giving, and submit your opinion. Once you submit your opinion, so this is an application. There might be some option for it. No opinion collected yet. Once you once you get some data, it will show an option for downloading it as well here in the statistics side, and it will show some statistics as well. So you can click on deploy, and this will give you a temporary link of an app, and that link you can share it and to collect the data. So this is one application is now. So coming to the Olama framework. So yesterday, so I hope this session might have have been useful for you. So to know about some of the tools that you might not know previously. Some of the names I'll share this PDF which have names for each tools and the links, so you can explore it. So I'll For last 15 minutes, I'll cover the yesterday part, which was having LLM offline on your system. So you are not relying on the third party. It might be a security reason. So there is one framework is there. Sorry. So there is one framework is there. Olama is there. So you can write Olama on Google. If you go here, there is one download option is there. So when you click here, depending on the type of operating system you are working on, whether it is Mac OS, Linux, or Windows, so you can select it here. And when you click for, let's say, download for Windows, it will download the Olama here. So this is not an LLM. This is a framework using which you can have an LLM. So once it is downloaded, you can just click on it and you can install. So though it is already there installed in my system, you can check it by going to the terminal. Let's say okay, so on prompt you can write Olama version. So if it is showing something, that is okay. So let's say Olama version is 0.92, then the Olama is downloaded on your system. So once you have downloaded the Olama, you will see there are lots of LLMs are already available there. So it is an open source tool for running and managing LLMs locally. So you do not need internet once you download any model over here on your system. So there are different models. So like Gamma 3, 1 billion parameter size, 815 MB, and from different model family, like DeepSeek is there, Llama is there. So all are there as an LLM for you. So what you can do, you can select any one of the model and download it in your system. So let's say, for example, I'll because your system might have some memory issue, so we cannot download a large version. Depending on the workstation size you have, you can have even 404 GB version of LLM as well on your system. So let's, for the demonstration, let's see small model. So Gamma 3. So to download on your system, there is a Olama pull, and you have to write the name of it. For example, Gamma 3 1P. So once you do this, the model now it's on your system, right? So once it is there, you can, if you want to see, you can write Olama list. So that will give you the list of all the models that are there in your system. And even if you disconnect if you disconnect the internet, so I cannot disconnect because we are having an online session, but you can disconnect and you can start using it. To use it, Olama run command is there, and Gamma 3 1 billion. So once now you can see here the model is running, and you can ask, for example, what is AI and how it can be useful for teaching and learning. So okay, let's break down. So now it is generating the content, and the best part is it is everything there in your system. It is not generating, it is not accessing the internet, and if there is any privacy and security issues, you can use it. Now, though we have seen only two commands, pull and run, and we are using command from it. Obviously, when we build a copilot or when we build a system, we do not we want an application of it. So you can create an application and use Olama as a server, and behind the scene you can use any model, LLM model that it is generating, and you can change the question. You can ask for, okay, so generate a summary of it for 300 words and so on. So in Nave approach, and basically for starting you can just interact with the model using command prompt as well. And if you want to have a chat GPT like an interface, web interface that runs on your premises, then you can use Olama as a server as well. So when we say Olama as a server, as a backend server, it is running, so you can test it as well. So if you go to the website like so localhost, there is a port number on which Olama is running. If you see, you will see output Olama is running. So it is also acting as a server. So when we say a server, so you can create a front end, you can create a HTML document as a front end which posts the prompt to the server, and server gives the response, and there is no internet outside of this. So you local, the model is at your system. You can use this URL of the servers, and there is an endpoint called API generate there. So you can use that endpoint in your Google in your web form to pose the queries and get the answers. And this is about the in the classical general model that are available. If you want to create a custom model, then you can also create a custom model using model file. So there is a model file, and it is also so you can find out everything here on this. Okay, so doc Olama doc. So so there is a quick start and how to import the models. And if you want to create your own models, then you can create your own. For that, you have to create a model file. Those who are not from technical background, you can skip this part. So you can write your own model file. So I'll show you one example of model file here. For example, I have created one model file here, which if you open it, so this is model file without any extension from Olama. So this access this model, obviously you have to pull it this model here using prompt, and then you can create this. And through system we can change the environment and role of this LLM. So we are saying, okay, you are a teacher co-pilot and assistant designed especially for educator. You can generate a lesson plan, quiz, and so on. And using model file, we can create our own co-pilot here or LLM here. So basically, not the LLM from scratch. We are building on top of some existing model. You can set the parameters and diversity parameters and window size for the context. So once you create the model file, you can create create a model by yourself as well. So do you want me to show them how to run a one particular command to create a model, or I think that is fine. Yes or no. So I think that this will give you a starting point of creating how we can know the model file name exactly. So you can go to the Olama website. The models that are available are already there. Also in my PPT, I have also mentioned it. So you have, so you can go to the website, you can click on the models. So these are the models that are there, and their versions as well. Quen is developed by, I think, Alibaba company, and so you have different models. Gamma 2 versions are there. So if you click here, this is the name. So it also shows how to run that. So Olama run Gamma 2. You can pull this by calling Olama pull Gamma 2 to download in your system. And there are different models, particular name of it. So I think so the summary is you can download a model, you can use it, and you can create an application on it. You can customize it using model file, and for further reading, those who are interested in this technical side of it of Olama, you can refer to Olama website. The best part is the model runs on your system. You do not need any internet connection once you download it. So you do not have any security issue, or if you're working on you're creating a chatbot or LLM assistant, then where privacy is the main concern, then Olama framework can be used. I think by this I end my session. If you have any query, you can write on the chat. I'll share the slide where the link of each tool that we have discussed is available. Regarding tool for circuit design, AI tool for circuit design, there might be some tools, but you can explore. I do not have any information about it because that's not my area of expertise. So I might not have explored it, but yes, there might exist. There may exist. Okay.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Professor Gaurav Trivedi, sir, the Principal Investigator of IIT Academy, IIT Guwahati, and Dr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat, sir, the Principal Coordinator of this Joint Faculty Development Program, I would like to thank you for today's session. Thank you, sir, for giving us your valuable time and sharing your knowledge with all of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, dear participants, the MCQ2 link is active. I would request you all to please start attempting the MCQ. The link is posted in the WebEx. No, I'll post the link in the WebEx. And also the link has been posted in the WhatsApp group and the Telegram group for all of you. The link is also present in the Google Drive in the MCQ links. Okay, dear participants, I have shared the link in the chat section. So I would request you all to kindly attempt the quiz, and also there is a request to please check your name and your institute name in the attendance sheet. If there is any change that you require in the names, as your name and your institute name will be printed in the uh, will be printed in the certificate, like it will be mentioned in the certificate, your name and your institute name. So both the names have to be checked. If there is no error in your name and your institute name both are present in the overall attendance sheet. If there is any change that you require from our end, please drop us an email. I will mention in the chat section the email ID. And please drop us an email and let us know if there is any change that you require in your institute name or your name. I'm there for another 5 minutes in the session. If there is any query from anyone's end, please let me know. Thank you. If there is no query from anyone's end, I would like to thank you all for making the day 9 of the faculty development program on AI for teaching and learning successful. This is all for today, and we will meet again tomorrow at 2 p.m. for the last day of the FDP. And tomorrow at 6 p.m. We will be having the valedictory session of the program. So thank you all for today. I will be posting the email ID on which you can drop us an email to edit the institute name, or if your name is not added, you can let us know, because the names are added as per the information we have received. So if there is any name that is not there or any change that is required, please let us know in the email. Nirmala ma'am, there will be your name and your institute name, both will be there in the certificate. So if any of the name is not there, we will not be able to issue the certificate even if the participant is eligible. So we request you all to kindly check your name and your institute name in the overall attendance sheet, and if there is any change that you require in the name, please let us know in the email. I mentioned the email ID on which you can send us the email. Okay, Ambika ma'am, we have sent you the unmute request. Please let me know your query. Roll number is not mandatory to fill in the quiz in the MCQ, so please do not worry about that. Even if the roll number is changed, because there was an addition in the name of MNIT Jaipur, that is why, or IIT Kanpur, one name was added, that is why the roll numbers were changed after that. So there is no, you don't need to worry about that. We will manage all that. The MCQ2 link is there in the drive, the Google Drive that we have shared with all of you. And also I've posted the link in the WhatsApp and the Telegram group. So you can access the quiz from there.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
the NIT Patna sheet does not show the name of the organization.
Yes, ma'am. We hadn't received the name of the organization from NIT Patna, so that is blank in that sheet. We will be asking NIT Patna to share with us the combined names. But still, if you want to share with us, you can mail us. Like I've given the email ID in the chat section. I will be posting it once again. You can share with us the change required or your institute name that is missing in the email, and we will add it in the overall attendance sheet.
Okay, ma'am. One more request, ma'am. Could you just add this information in an announcement section also?
Yeah, ma'am. We will be adding it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I've posted the email ID on which you can send an email for adding your institute name, or if there is any correction. Please mention your complete name and email ID along with the change in the institute name. Otherwise, we will not be able to track. So all are requested while sending the email to us. Please mention your full name and your email ID and your roll number along with that. So that will make it easy for us to track your name, and we will add your institute name accordingly. Yes, Dr. Shashwati Sathe, ma'am. Do you have any query?
Hello, this is Dr. Shashwati Sathe.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have asked a question in the chat box that when would be will get the result.
Ma'am, we will not be giving away the marks of the MCQs because there is no grade sheet that is to be issued in this FDP. Only the participation certificate will be issued. Yes, Hannah, ma'am, you can leave. Those who do not have any queries, you can leave the session. Please attempt the MCQ. The MCQ is live. The link is there in the WhatsApp, Telegram, and the WebEx chat box as well. So those who are not able to
Ma'am,
access
I
it,
have one
please
more query.
open the Telegram group or the WhatsApp group. You can find the link. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, regarding
Yes,
the
ma'am. Please let me know.
attendance. Yeah, I have
Yes, ma'am.
logged in regularly in the sessions. Still, my attendance is not been accepted or
So, ma'am, you
noted.
have attended through WebEx only, right?
In starting, I have attended through YouTube also, ma'am, because
Okay, ma'am, on YouTube, we have circulated an attendance form. That form has to be filled on a daily basis.
field and One day it got missed in the chat.
Ma'am,
But
we
other
have
days I
pinned
am
the,
attending from
ma'am, we
Cisco
have
WebEx
daily,
only.
on a daily basis, we pin the comment that on in which we post the attendance sheet link. So it
Yes,
is
ma'am.
pinned,
I have gone through
that
the
is, ma'am, the
and I
attendance that
have
you have missed,
my
we cannot
another
mark
mail
that.
ID also. No, ma'am, I just wanted to check once again why it is not been accepted. Every day, first 2-3 days only I have joined through YouTube. Afterwards, I have joined through WebEx only.
Okay, ma'am, please mention your email ID through which you have joined the session. You can give us the
Yes,
email
ma'am.
ID in over mail. Okay, the
Okay.
mail ID is the same one from which you have registered. You have received the registration confirmation mail. It is the same email ID, ICT@itg.nkn. So yeah, you
Yes,
can
ma'am. I
send
can
us the
see it
email.
in the
Yeah.
chat. EICTIITG.nkn, right?
Yes, ma'am. This is the same
So
email ID.
I will send a mail regarding the same.
Sure.
Hello.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Can you please share the attendance sheet again in the group?
Ma'am, the attendance sheet is there in the drive. We will be sharing it once again. Like I'll share it in the WhatsApp and Telegram group once again.
Yeah, please, ma'am, please.
Okay. So you
Thank
want it to be shared just now? I'll share it later.
Okay,
Because
ma'am.
right now I'm taking the queries of the participants in this WebEx platform. After the session gets over, I will share the link in the
Okay, ma'am.
WhatsApp and Telegram.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear participants. I request you all. There are no assignments in this FDP. There are no assignments in this FDP. Only these two MCQs are there, and you have to maintain your daily attendance. Dr. Mohammed Waris Sunny Khan, sir, please raise your hand. I'm not able to locate your name. Yes, sir, we have sent you the unmute request. Please let me know your query.
गुड इवनिंग मैम, मेरा नाम डॉक्टर मोहम्मद वारिस सन्नू खान है।
यस सर।
मैम मैंने पहले भी एक रिक्वेस्ट डाला हुआ था मेल के थ्रू कि मेरे स्टार्टिंग के 2 दिन जो अटेंडेंस के थे वो शो नहीं हो रहे हैं, और उसके लिए मैंने मेल भी किया हुआ था, उसका कोई
Sir,
रिस्पॉन्स
we
नहीं
are
आया
not
है।
able to locate your name. If we were able to find your name, then we would have updated your attendance. We searched your name a lot, but we cannot find it. If you can let us know the email ID through which you have joined, if joined on WebEx or given your attendance on YouTube, we can
एक्चुअली मैम,
locate.
यस मैम, वो दिक्कत यहाँ पे आई है कि ईमेल आईडी जो था वो दोनों ओपन थे वहाँ पे, तो मैंने लॉगिन खान मोहम्मद वारिस में से किया था या वारिस खान में से, वही डाउटफुल था, इसलिए
So
हमने
please
आपको मेल
send
भी
all
डाल
the
दी थी।
email IDs through which you might have joined, because
Yes.
if you will not let us know the email ID, we will not be able to track, as there are more than 1600 participants in the FDP. It is impossible for
जी
us to locate your name.
यस मैम, और मैम इसके अंदर भी जो नाम शो कर रहा है डॉक्टर मोहम्मद वारिस सानी नहीं है, सन्नू है, SANNU है, तो अभी उसके लिए कोई मैम एरर?
Sir, please drop us an email.
ओके मैम, ओके ओके।
The one that you have dropped previously, just revert to that only. Please do
Okay,
not
ma'am.
drop a fresh email, just revert to that previous email only.
Okay, I will reply on that mail.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good
Ma'am,
evening.
my roll number is 228. Could you please
Okay, ma'am.
update my attendance as well?
Ma'am, please drop us an email. We will be only checking the attendance after the sessions are over. So if you will send us an email, we will be able to track it. We'll not be able to track it on a person to person basis. So that is why I am telling everyone to send
Like
us an
I'm
email.
asking for the entire days of attendance, not just today. So if I drop
So, ma'am,
mail,
your
you would
attendance is not
check for
updated
it.
in the attendance sheet.
I think for some days it's missing.
Okay, ma'am, please send us the email ID through which you have joined over mail.
Same mail ID. I will share it over mail so
Ma'am,
that
if
you
it
could
is the
check it.
same email ID that is mentioned in the overall attendance sheet, then the attendance has been tracked through that email ID only.
Yeah. So through same email ID only I have joined with you.
Okay, ma'am, then your attendance is the same. Because if you have joined through some other email ID, then the attendance, like if it is missing or you have been marked absent, we can mark you present based on the report that is generated by WebEx or the attendance that you have marked through YouTube Google form. But if it is the same email ID, then your attendance is also the same because the
The
attendance is
first
being
2 days
tracked with
I
its
could see it
Google.
has updated. But for the remaining days I couldn't find it. That's why.
Okay,
Okay, let
ma'am,
me check
if
it
you have
again.
joined the
And if
session
again,
through one email ID and you have been switching between email IDs, then also your attendance might have missed. If it is the same email ID that you are joining daily and your attendance is being tracked through that email ID only. Okay.
let me go through the attendance sheet, and if I found any missing, then I will revert through your mail ID.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Dear participants, please let me know your query in the chat section only. If there is anything that you are not, like if there is any attendance related query, you can send us an email. I've already informed all of you. Yes, sir.
Very good evening, madam. So actually, I'm doing the MCQ. There is one of the question has all of the options in it. Could you please check it?
So can you message like which question you're talking about directly in the chat
So it
section?
has been already mentioned by one of the participants, Arlo Murugam Ramu. So that question is already given. Which
Sir,
of the following is the primary
there are
feature
so
of?
many queries in the chat section, sir. I'll not be
Okay,
able to
which of
locate
the
it. You
following
can
is a?
directly message me, sir. Can you directly message me the question
Okay,
on the direct
sure,
chat?
sure. Excuse me, madam. I have given you the question. So accordingly, the question has all of the option merged into one option. One of the option has all of
Okay.
the option.
Okay, sir. Let me correct it. Many people might have been facing this issue. Give me a
Thank you.
minute. Sir, the options were there. Only in one option, all were there, but just only the first option was the option number 1 for that. Okay, the rest of the options were there in the below.
Yes, madam. The first option is actually merged.
Yeah, it was not merged, so it just there were some the other options were also written, but I've removed them now. Only the first one that was written, after that it was written B, C, and D, which I have corrected. Okay. So rest of the options were already there in that.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other query? Those who have missed MCQ 1, we cannot do anything now because we have already, based on your request, we have reopened the quiz on 26th. Now the link is closed and we cannot reopen the MCQ link. Those who have missed the MCQ. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we already opened the MCQ 2 times based on all the requests that we received. Yes, the NIT Patna sheet doesn't have the organization name because we have not received the same from the ICT Academy and IIT Patna. So if anyone wants to share their organization name with us, please drop us an email at eictiitg.nkn@gmail.com. I've given the email ID in the chat section also. But due to numerous chats, the email ID must have lost. I'll give it in the WhatsApp and the Telegram group as well. Please mail us the attendance queries and the institute name corrections. We will make the corrections once we receive your mail. Dear participants, thank you for joining today and making the day 9 of the FDP successful. We can continue the queries in the WhatsApp and the Telegram group. I'm writing the email ID in the chat section on which you can send us the mail for the correction. I'll be posting the attendance link once again in the Telegram and the WhatsApp group, or you can also check it in the Google Drive link that we have shared in the registration confirmation mail. Okay, the Drive link has also been shared in the WhatsApp group, the Telegram group, and the Webex chat section. Thank you all for joining today. Now we will be meeting again tomorrow at 2 p.m. If there are any further queries, you can let us know tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you all. Dear participants, if you have any query regarding the roll number, the attendance sheet, the roll number is not mandatory in the MCQ. Please do not worry about that. You can mail us the attendance related queries along with your full name and email ID through which you have joined the session or marked your attendance on YouTube. Okay, you have to share with us, like you have to mail us for the same. If there is any change in the institute name, please drop an email. And I don't think if anyone has any query other than that. I'm there for another 1 minute. Please let me know if there is any further query other than these queries. If anyone's attendance is not updated, please check your attendance. Please check your email ID in the overall attendance sheet. If the same email ID is used for attending the sessions, then your attendance has been marked. Then if you have used some other email ID, please mention the email ID through which you have joined because your attendance is being tracked using your email ID. Yes, ma'am. Tomorrow we will be having the classes on at the same timings. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. we will be having regular classes, and at 6 p.m. we will be having the valedictory session of the FDP. Okay, ma'am. We have corrected that one. Arpita, ma'am. Only the first option that is written, that is option number 1, and the other one B, C, D, we have removed that. The other options are also there in the MCQ. Thank you all for joining. Thank you. I will be deactivating the meeting link from my end. Thank you.